Proto-Semitic Allah, burner down tells us, was a black god represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow some way becomes Allah, but that's up to y'all, that's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an Ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masriya in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine.
Hotep Senuhena Senut Itiren Ishakandugu Kemet. I hope you are doing well. So today is Sunday, January 8, 2023. We have 8 people online. We have 4 likes. And the live stream is just started. The live stream has just started. Now, for those who come here for the first time, what you heard earlier is my newer intro. People are used to the intro with the music, and that's it. But I've added a few things. So the intro lasts about 5 minutes. All right. And I usually tell the date at the beginning of the live stream so that people can know that this is actually a live discussion. So the title of this video is Jabari Never Said He Spoke to a Mummy. The Dagger Squad lied. Now let me just check the sound. I want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear. You know, for strange reason, I think that the sound is not as crisp as it was before. I'm gonna see if I can try to, make it better. But in the place to be, we do have the Bennett. Bless. Hope you're doing well. The sound was better before, in my opinion. Oh, why is it? That's why. It is not my headset.
Two, 1, 2. Let me try now. Let me try now. So, oh, that's better now. Okay, good, lovely. So, I was going to entitle this video, Jabari never said he spoke to her mommy. Sabio lied, but I thought about it and I thought, well, it would be maybe too much honor to the brother. And he's part of the Dagger Squad. And he has said this lie for a long time, and none of the Dagger Squad members have cared to correct that lie. They let that lie slide. Now, this is no beef. If people expect some juicy stuff like, oh, there it goes, it's going to be on again, on and popping, that's not what it's going to be. As a matter of fact, yesterday I had a very nice conversation with a Dagger Squad member called Kaya or Kaya. I'm not sure exactly how people pronounce it, but I actually shared the link to his video on my YouTube timeline and even on Twitter. And for those who don't know, my social media are here, whether it is YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok. The username, the account name is the same. Ma'at Forever, all in one word. Just like the PayPal.me and just like the Cash App, it's all Ma'at Forever. So thank you once again to Kaya for the hospitality. Had a nice grown man talk. Then Sabio came in and the energy was different, but it is what it is. So first thing I want to do is to show this, that quote right here. Tell a lie once and all your truth become questionable. You might have noticed the Pinocchio style. I was about to put that one up, but the one I've chosen is clearer. Now, there's another one here attributed to Thomas Jefferson, and it says, he who permits himself to tell a lie once finds it much easier to do it the second time. All right? Now, for those who don't know, yesterday on Smash Rockwell's YouTube channel, the Amenra squad took a L. Not saying it out of malice, saying it because the people voted in the chat. And I'm sharing the link here in the chat, and you can see the video is entitled Nubia. Look at how they mess up. Look at how they mess up DNA. Shaking my head. So the brother, I think his username is Kamji Verse. Actually, he's a French speaker. We shared some messages in the Zoom chat. So Julanda also speaks a little bit of French. We actually spoke French online. So Kamji Verse had a conversation with Ngozi. He probably started from DNA I did not hear the whole live stream, but I heard the discourse, most of it. And then it moved to linguistics. And Camgiverse gave them that work. Now, we all take a L in our lives. I've taken L's in my life. It's not the end of the world. You live and fight another day. Now, one thing interesting happened. My brother Unc, who actually stated that we go way back. A lot of people might not know that, but we go way back. We go back to a decade ago, you know. So we've had disagreements in the past, you know. There was a period where it was more than disagreement, but that's in the past. I don't know why he talked about, woman or something like that. I didn't really get his question, and I even told him, but it seems like he was questioning me about my position regarding woman and something wrong when it comes to women. So I told him, well, what about Dr. Maad, who invites Karenga on her channel, and Karenga tortured black women? Dale Jones said that uh, they had objects inserted in the vagina, so legally that's rape. And plus, Kwanzaa is the Jewish holiday Hanukkah that is plagiarized. So then I asked him if he supports Kwanzaa, and you can hear his answer. But when I mentioned Dr. Maad, who, for those who don't know, is a woman, a sister, it's as if I said something wrong. So I'm like, it looks like some people have talking points, and it feels like we have more people than we thought who apparently are feminists. It's as if you can disagree with a brother, but if you disagree with a sister, all of a sudden you become misogynistic or something like that, chauvinist or something like that, which is a bit strange to me. But any talking point helps. But I told the brother, look, you got that word today. So now, you want to put your frustrations on me. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I'll share the link so people can listen to it. Now, the live stream lasted for nearly 5 hours. So Smash Rockwell said, okay, I'm about to call it a day. Who wants to go live next? And we have Kyle who volunteered. So now I'm sharing the link to Kaya's live stream. I'm going to play some parts of it. That's the one here. The title is Follow Up to Smash. All right. So let's go.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. You ain't do no goddamn DNA test that told you were from Israel, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, Meta Yahoo. Show me, bring your DNA. You know what? The whole show has changed. Bring your DNA on this motherfucker, nigga.
Did you hear this, brothers and sisters? Somebody claimed that he did a DNA test that would tie him to Israel or someplace. Our dear brother Kaya has doubts about it. And you heard what he said? Bring your DNA. And it's interesting, brothers and sisters, because I have expressed doubts about Garfield Reed, leader of the Dagger Squad, or representative of the Dagger Squad. Now, after what happened, some people will say, oh, no, 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 he wasn't a leader, he wasn't a representative. Okay, member of the Dagger Squad, RIP, rest in peace. I have doubts over the reality of him having a bachelor's degree in history. And many other people have expressed doubt as well, because now, the narratives are very important, brothers and sisters. When you're seasoned, you understand that. So I just asked to see the degree. I just asked that the degree be shown publicly. The number one response coming from Garfield and his riparian eyes is, well, he showed it to such and such. It doesn't matter to me. And you know what? It's very interesting because people don't go and check the videos most of the time. So I have an idea now. I have an idea now. All right. So this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. So this video that I'm sharing, share the link in the chat. V. Bennett says, and what was the response? Did he bring the DNA test? Not to my knowledge. So here, bachelor's degree in history. Can we see it? And I added, in parentheses, Garfield came and maintained his statement. Now, as you can see, that video was uploaded 4 months ago. So it looks like it's the part where Garfield came on. So let's listen up. Yeah, that's
I'm the dumb gun nigga.
That's
Yeah, they ain't read that. They read this shit when I was.
So there the devices we have, but the connect. So it's
Oh shit.
okay. It doesn't have a webcam. I make an exception. Connected. I'm sure. Oh, there it is. Is it? Oh, Garfield.
Oh shit. I feel, man, I took your back on this, man. I had your back.
You know, it says device is not connected. I'm sure. Oh, there it is. Is it? Oh, Garfield.
Oh shit.
Okay, it doesn't have a webcam. I make an exception. All right.
Hey, Shaka. I'm not worried about nobody.
Welcome, Garfield. Feel free to speak.
Uh-oh, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, Mayat Forever or whatever name you go by. What is the purpose of you doing this show? Why did you do this show?
You're always asking what's the purpose. You made a statement publicly on Doggy Diamonds, so I'm just curious.
So why you do it today? Why you do it today? What made you do it today?
Well, there's no time limit. You know, whenever I have time, I address certain issues.
Oh,
and I remember you
heard somebody made a video, and that's why you run, because you want to be like a little gossiping Wendy Williams for the French people. Now, let me say this to you. If you do want to see my degree, you're not going to see it on the air. If you want to do a private StreamYard, I'll do it with you tonight. No big deal.
Well, you know, first of all, I want to tell you, the ad hominems is not necessary.
No,
you
know,
no, hold on, wait, Garfield. Let me put this out. Let me put. I don't want to mute you.
The reason to do this is to.
Can I speak? Can I speak on my platform?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, but before you have the time to finish. Can I put one out? You always send a shot towards me.
Hold on.
All right, okay. I didn't want to do it, you know.
Oh shit! Shaka kicked somebody.
The ad hominems is not necessary. You know what I'm saying? You don't get comfortable. Reggie's 57 years old. You're not that old. Don't get comfortable. You don't know me like that, you know. So please leave the ad hominems aside, man. Okay? So I remember you back
on the platform. Can I give you the American reason why?
Wait. No, but no. So some people, you know, they think like, you know, but anyway.
American reason for that, yo. Trust me.
I remember when he used to tell people, send me some money and I will show you my degree. And somebody wrote, you know, that he has a book out that's in the public. So why would he hide his name and credentials? So is it because of the, you know, credit repair stuff? Is it because of some scamming? You know what I'm saying? If you're clean, why do you worry about that? But, you know, feel free to speak.
Okay. First of all, my brother, there's many people that come out that don't use their full real name. I do have a name. I mostly use my middle name whenever I'm in public. All right. That's not a problem. As a matter of fact, Chef knows my real name right now. He shouldn't, but he knows my real first name. He shouldn't, but now because of this conversation, he now knows it. So I'm gonna say, let me just say this to you, my brother. The only reason you're doing this show because somebody put a battery in your back for whatever reason. If you would like to see my degree, my brother, send me another email and I'll send you a private chat and we will talk one-on-one. All right?
I would love to see your degree. So feel free to send it to me via email.
Exactly.
And you got
I'm not sending you anything by email. I'm going to do a video chat and we're going to look at it together.
All right. Okay.
Because what people like to do, what people like to do is scandalize this community, conscious community. They hate you, they love you, they hate you, they love you, and they love gossip. So what I'm going to do for you,
like the sperm count, for example, that's not gossip.
I'm going to do for you. No, don't bring that up. That's between me and him. Don't bring that up.
Now you tell me what to bring up. You brought it up publicly, but it's okay.
Yeah, I brought it up publicly because
now some people don't know what's up. I mentioned the sperm count because Garfield publicly talked about Jabari's sperm count. You know, so some people have advices about good behavior, but they don't obviously practice what they preach. But it's all good. I was just in passing.
Because did you know what did that person say on the other side? What did they say?
He said that he knows somebody. He didn't go into specifics, but we're gonna go in circles anyway.
Yeah, but why bring it up though? Why bring that up?
And for those who don't know, Jabari did say that he knows somebody that knows Garfield. That's all he said. Then Garfield said on the air, well, he's talking about a girl I used to date. It's deeper than the degree. It's deeper than that. Some people have a vendetta, an agenda over a chick. And they act like, oh, it's for the people. Because we have some people who are pseudo. But I was in passing.
No, what's the purpose of that?
You banged on him for 2 years. I don't know if you remember.
So what is that to you though? But what is it to you?
What do you mean?
I just want to know, what is that to you that I said his sperm count? What is it to you though?
That's not scholarship. That's not having good character.
That's an ad hominem. So what is that to you? How is it benefiting you now?
It's not benefiting me. It's not benefiting anybody.
That's the point. So what's the purpose of doing this show? You have a motive.
This
is why I did not want. Hold on. So this is why I did not want to come on. But I will do a private StreamYard with you, and I will show you.
The private stuff is not my thing. But do you
Because
maintain?
it's about trying to embarrass someone. That's
how is it embarrassing? How is it embarrassing?
You're going to. As a matter of fact, why don't we bet some money if I have a degree? Let's bet some money.
You tried that card before, and you with Batishan and the butler disrespected me.
I want to bet you right now.
I don't want to. For those who don't know what I'm referring to, when he says let's bet money on it, on his own live stream, he said, "Show me Isis being a virgin." And I did that. And he actually said that he would give $100. And every hour, if I'm not mistaken, he said every hour it will add another $100. I wasn't really expecting the money, But when I put my title, I said, Isis a virgin. Garfield, you owe me such and such. I made the calculation. Now, he was kind of salty because some people have some talking points and they're like, oh, I'm ready to bet money on this. I bet so much money on this. I give you that much money. But when you show and prove the stuff, hey, they don't have the dough anymore. And for those that don't know, he has sent an invoice for $1,800 to show his degree. And I heard him say on his own platform that people will have to pay him to show his degree. So Garfield himself said that he will show his degree. It's not an issue, it's not a problem for him to show his degree, but that people will have to pay him. And this is unheard of in world's history. Some people have offered money to see somebody else's degree because in the conscious community, so many people have degrees and they are not listed But I have never heard a person who said, you have to pay me if you want to see my degree. That was in passing. On a bet anything. I've heard that before. I know
Okay.
I heard that before.
Well, anyway, bro, I'll hit you up after the show. When the show is over, I'll hit you up with an email. All right.
Well, thanks for calling. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, because
But
I still don't know what is the purpose. What is how me having a degree? What is it to you though?
Well, you made a statement publicly, and I want you to know for sure. So, do you maintain that you have a bachelor's degree in history?
And I have an associate's degree also, and I have other degrees. Right. So, what's your point?
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. Why you didn't put that? Why you hold on? Wait on. Why you did not put that in your book though?
Peace and love, y'all. Peace and love. Hold on a second. Hey, Unc and Sheffrin, peace and love to y'all, and Chris, peace and love to you. Shaka, peace and love to you, my brother.
Peace and love to you. Everything, peace.
Man, I got all y'all back. Y'all crazy.
Now, so there's another part that I want you to hear. So just bear with me. Just bear with me. Let me do this.
Have used Egypt for different.
Paul Ramsey.
No, it's the city of the sign, and you're doing lookership, right? And they look at crazy conversations and arguments.
Saying on your ass, Shaka. Whatever major you in, because that's what those 60 credits are. Credit.
Just don't do it. Degree, a 2-year degree at that.
And promotes false information.
All right, so I'm going to play from here. I think we're going to hear the part that I want you to hear, brothers and sisters.
That's a pseudo. So I don't think Garfield do that. You dig what I'm saying? But I will say, researching Garfield's name, Garfield then said, I've been watching him for a couple years. He says that Garfield Reed is not his real name. So you're not going to find his degree under his name. That is his social media name that he's using, Garfield Reed. That's point one.
That's his man, Sheffrin. Did you know that, brothers and sisters? Now you know. Now, you know the funny thing is that everybody speaks for Garfield. Garfield doesn't speak for himself.
Point two. I think Garfield got a degree, and I think the name issue, he don't tell people his real name, and he showed me his degree. So for me, it's over. He's not gonna show y'all his real name. You dig what I'm saying? So y'all can just keep on with that. Some people got to protect their name and their family. So
I'm sorry, brother. Did you say that Garfield showed you his degree?
Yes, he did.
And was it a bachelor's degree in history?
Yes, it was.
Oh.
So
now, hold on. Which university was it from?
Look, I'm not gonna put all his information out there.
You notice, brother? When I was on Sanetta Studios, Garfield said, "Oh, I showed it to Sanetta." Sanetta said he showed it to me. I asked Sanetta, which university was it? Sanetta laughed. This conversation that you're hearing right now, that was 4 months ago. That was before I was on Sanetta. I asked Chef, but which university was it? You heard the response. You will hear the response of Kaya. When I asked about the university, Kaya said he doesn't know because Kaya said that he's seen the degree. So for a strange reason, nobody knows the degree. That's 3 people. I'm sorry, nobody knows the university. That's 3 people. And add Jabari. When he was on the phone, during the live stream where Sanetta came on my platform regarding the censorship that Reggie did. That's how Salina and I got to connect. And Jabari stated, it's recorded. I'm talking about, this is a matter of public record. I don't think I'm going to read that comment, brother Bennett. It's a funny comment. Jabari said that when Garfield showed him his degree, he hid the part about the university. Why would someone hide the university? And like I've shown, because a lot of people don't know what scholarship is. A lot of people don't really know what a scholar is. A lot of people don't understand what credentials mean. When you read about scholars, usually it will say the scholar had such degree in such field from such university or school. But let's continue.
If he wanna show y'all, he can. I'm saying I seen it. So it's over for me. It's a funny joke. We can keep on with it, and I keep on with the jokes in the comment. But for me, it's settled.
Because and do you believe it was a genuine degree?
Yeah, I don't think he would go. I don't think he would go through all that to lie to me. You feel me? I just don't do it.
Degree. A 2-year degree at that.
Now, you know, some people in the chat said that the bachelor's is like more than 2
bachelor,
years. Like,
no, a bachelor's is 4 years, a 4-year degree.
4 years. Yeah, you're right. It's 4 years. Yeah.
No,
it's bachelor's. What is it?
A bachelor is a 4-year degree.
What's a 2-year degree?
Associates. Associates is 2 years.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Chris, you're frozen right now.
Yeah, bachelor's 4 years. Hey, real quick, Garfield just called me. Okay, am I still frozen?
No, now it's okay. Now you're good.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, cool. I just got off the phone with Garfield. I told him to stop on by. He said he saw your email, and he did show me a degree. All right, and Garfield Reed's name was on the degree, and it said social sciences. So he has a degree in social sciences. That's what.
Did you hear what Brother Chris said? Chef is Garfield's man. He's Garfield's homie. He's Garfield's homeboy. He's Garfield's buddy. He's Garfield's friend. And he said that it is not Garfield Reed's name. Chris said something else. And besides the name, it's a different field. Those are public statements. The least we can say is that something is fishy. But let's continue. Let's listen up.
What it said. So that name Garfield Reed was on there, but I did not see, because he had his ID covering up the name of the college. There was his ID covering up the name.
Wow, what a coincidence. But you know what? Some people are probably going to argue that everybody's lying and Garfield is the only one telling the truth. Just like Jabari said, Chris just stated that the name was hiding the college, because if you have the name of the school, then people can verify. And obviously, Garfield doesn't want people to verify. It's that simple. But let's continue. Let's listen up.
The college. So maybe he's trying to protect it. I don't know.
Yeah, but social sciences, mostly all degrees in those fields are social science degrees.
Wait, I would like to speak, brothers. I would like to speak now. Sheffrin said that Garfield showing a bachelor's degree in history. Brother Chris said that Garfield.
It says social sciences. It says social sciences.
That's what those degrees are under. Look it up.
No, that's not how. No, Chef, I know what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, but when you receive a degree, you get a minor and a major, and it's gonna say bachelor's in science, a bachelor's in history, or a bachelor's in whatever major you in, because that's what those 60 credits are accredited for.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not saying that he's not educated. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. It's cool. I mean, like I said, Garfield's an intelligent person. All right, you know what I'm saying?
I'm on the highway. When it flashed, I looked at it. I said, "All right, cool. I can roll with it."
That's how I took it too, Chef. That's how I took it too. You know, I'm giving it.
I getting out the shower. Hey, he just hit me up. I told him to stop on by and deal with you, Shaka. So you know.
Yeah. So with Photoshop, people can do wonders. But
hey,
now Garfield
Garfield gonna come by and deal with this man.
now, it looks like Garfield has the first ever transformer degree.
I gonna get you, boy. He gonna get you. Shaka.
One side is 1 degree for film,
American
and
dream.
the other side is another degree with another film. He has a double degree.
All right, hey, he just sent me the screenshot. Hold on, he just sent me the screenshot. Let me come in through my computer before Garfield come on and do some Wu-Tang on your ass, Shaka.
Oh, Garfield. Gotta love Garfield. Gotta love him, man.
I'm about to come into my computer right now.
So you're free to listen to the rest of the conversation. I've shared the link in the chat. Now let's go back to yesterday's live stream.
Cause I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it, Matt Yahoo. I ain't with that shit, bro. You okay?
So Kaya said he ain't buying the claim. He asked the guy to show his DNA result. I had the same methodology. Let's continue.
If you do got DNA from there, it's like 2%. So I ain't with that shit, bro. Subscribe button. I can't even goddamn talk, but you know what it is. How wrong you are. Let's go. We got Shaka in the building. We got Son Afro in the building.
Damn,
hey,
bro.
Welcome
I'm trying to talk, bro.
Man, I thank y'all for coming through the channel, sliding through, and show me
This
y'all.
shit very easy, bro.
Huh?
This explain Ramses the second and third.
You know, I almost forgot to play the part where he talked about the ancient Egyptians not being black. It's important for me to play. So I will have to go back a little bit.
Hey, look, y'all know what it is. This is Kyle, man. Kyle, your neighborhood home shit. Your friendly scientist in here. If y'all dash over here too on the side of the Negroes. Let's go, man. Okay. Talking about Egyptians was Negroes. Yes, Smash came on the club on the side of the platform yesterday, talking about Egyptians was Negroes. Let's go, man. We're gonna figure this shit out, man. We got some pieces. We got some pieces to put together in the puzzle, man. I'm trying to see what's going on. Bring brother Unc over here. Peace, Silent K. I'm gonna put the link in the chat if y'all want to come in here and join the conversation, man. I want to see what this conversation is gonna go. I think y'all Egyptians. It's going too far, man. Y'all niggas really think y'all Egyptians, and I got an issue with that. I got issues with that.
Now, what he just said is one of the number one thing that people like to say regarding people who follow Kemet, people who follow Ma'at. Oh, you think you're Egyptian. You claim you're Egyptian. As if when someone says he's a Muslim, we tell him, oh, you think you're Arab. As if when someone says that he's a Jewish or Hebrew or Israelite, we tell him, oh, you think you are Canaanite. That's the double standard. But it's important when people keep saying lies, and we have to keep repeating the truth. When people keep repeating lies, we have to keep repeating the truth. Those are talking points. I don't think you will ever find me stating that I descend from the ancient Egyptians. You know, but let's continue.
Jews Redemption, what's up, bro? You really think you a Hebrew? I got issues with that too. So come on over here, man. I know you a loyal participant on my channel, man. But come on, man. Y'all, let's go finna get it today, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, peace to you, Judah. I'm trying to get there, bro. Quick for y'all, man. Get the fuck out of here, Meta. Bring your
So you heard him saying about the ancient Egyptians being Negro.
We got Son Afro in the building.
Damn,
hey,
bro.
Welcome.
I'm trying to talk, bro. They
so
bro, been,
this
and what make it so bad, bro, is that
see this is what we're not gonna do. You see how they Shaka, you see how they went right there? You see how respectful I was for that brother? And I allowed him to talk, right? And then he asked me a question. And then when I answered the question, he wouldn't allow me to finish my answer. So I'm gonna bring him back. Look, no emotions. Let's deal with facts, bro. Son Afro, I'm gonna bring you back on, bro, but you need to calm down and articulate your point of view like a gentleman, my brother. Let's go.
Information up.
This nigga still going hard, bro. He's still going. What's up, Shaka? How you doing, brother? Shaka, how you doing?
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
All right, so Shaka, yeah, the brother, he's not listening to me. He's still like, I'll bring him back right now. He's still gonna be fussing. Watch this. Watch this.
Bro, you lying.
Are you done? You done?
You lying.
Are you done?
You are lying.
I'm lying about what?
There is no info on Ramses II and III having E1B1A Y haplogroup dominant.
I definitely did not say he has E1B1A. I said that there is a misconception about his DNA and how it links back to the West African people.
Nigga, no, nigga. You trying to argue DNA?
Now you gotta go.
Trying to argue DNA, fool?
You gotta go again.
You tweaking?
I'm tweaking because look.
The man DNA is E1B1A, bro. You gonna cry about it or what?
All right, cool. So my
facts. Those are facts that have been presented by not only one of the most racist Egyptologists who ever walked the earth. Mm-hmm. Why on fucking earth would a racist Egyptologist tell you out his own mouth, he could not deny it, that Ramses II and III, both Y haplogroup, meaning their fathers, contain majority, dominantly, E1B1A DNA, which is a sub-Saharan African trait.
Hey, bro, let's be honest, right? You coming in real hot, man. Like this is my first time.
I told you I've been catching bodies all day.
And
it's easy word. You need to explain that.
All right. Well, if you would be quiet, I would definitely explain it for you. And
all right, go ahead.
All right, cool. So when you look at E1B1A in the Levant area, it is a
here we go.
All right, that's cool. But see what's going on, Shaka? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Kyle?
Man,
are you a member of the Dagger Squad?
Yeah, I'm Dagger Squad, bro. What's good?
Okay, so my condolences. You guys died December 31st. I mean, your leader let you down.
When he do that?
Well, you know what happened with the no-show at the debate.
No, that's not what happened. Like, okay, so I think we have a lot of different views on something that may not necessarily be accurate, and so like from the information that was conveyed to me, maybe slightly different than the information that was conveyed to you regarding the debate, and how it's presented on social media, because I personally can't be upset with the brother for one, for having a death in his family.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm not trying to do the whole.
This is
because if something happens, it happens. Sometimes you have emergencies. You know?
Yeah, but people are judging him based on these facts, right?
No.
Now, what's interesting right here, the narrative is very important. Kayal talked about the death in his family. When he had a loss. We all understood that. I don't know if some people spoke on that. Then, after some people spoke on the loss, but we all understood. I'm not talking about I mean, have you heard me talking about the passing, the loss at the time? That was December 24th, and I was talking about December 21st. So the narrative that people are judging him because he lost a family member, no, we shouldn't go there. That's not fair. But let's continue.
I disagree.
So, okay, so can we agree that he had a death in his family? And if I had a death in my family, I'm not.
No, I'm not talking about this. I'm not. No, that
yeah,
was
yeah.
that's
No, I'm building to the point, right? So, like, this happened the week before, right? And then he gets back, and his daughter gets robbed, right?
You know what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, without getting into the specifics,
what
and Jabari said,
what would you do? What do you expect for him to do in that situation? Do you expect him to do a debate about some shit that don't matter? But do you expect him to be there for his family and protect him?
Well, I expect the person to say, "Look, I have an emergency. Can we reschedule?" And that's it. And he didn't do that. You know. But you know, at the end of the day, he's your man. He's your man, so you're gonna defend him.
He did, though, bro. He did. He literally did. He literally called Sarnetta and told him that he can't do the debate.
An hour and a half after the start, right? But it's, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that's your man, so you know, it's all good.
But, I've told man, look, man, me and Garfield, like, I love Garfield. He's a good brother, man. But I've told him so many times he's been wrong. And some of the times I told him he was wrong, I was wrong. But we have an open line of communication. You know what I'm saying? Like,
have you seen his bachelor's degree in history?
Yes.
Which university is it? Which school is it?
I don't know, because he don't know the university I went to. I can show you this.
Did you hear the response when I asked him which university it was? So how many people publicly stated that they don't know the university? Because one of the main points, the main excuse that Garfield and his followers like to say is, "Oh, he showed me the degree. He showed the degree to such and such." It's so funny. Sarnetta stated could not answer that question about which university it was. Jabari stated that the university, the school was hidden. Chris MVP Harris also stated the same thing. And now let's listen to what he said again.
Right.
Which school is it? His bachelor's degree in history?
Yes.
Which university?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
have you seen his bachelor's degree in history?
Yes.
Which university is it? Which school is it?
I don't know, because he don't know the university I went to.
He replied, "I don't know, because he don't know the university I went to." Fine. So let's continue. That was in passing.
Show you this right now. You're not like this.
No, it's okay.
Are you gonna read this?
I cannot read. I don't manage to read, because you know your background is not blurry. But I was asking about him, not yours. You know what I'm saying?
And notice, amazingly, the Kaya just showed his degree on the screen. There it is. End of story. End of story. It's that simple.
I'm not disputing yours, but nobody has seen him. His so-called bachelor's degree in history. And like, he said he received millions of dollars as well. Do you believe that?
Garfield is definitely Garfield got a check.
So you believe that he received millions of dollars, right? From some family.
Well, from where now?
From some family. He stated that publicly on Doggy Diamonds.
Garfield's family is affluent. I'll say that.
Did you notice what happened? Kaya looks like a brother who doesn't like to lie. That's what he looks like to me. My question was real simple. It was about the millions of dollars.
Garfield got a check
as well. Do you believe this?
But we have seen his,
and he said he received millions of dollars as well. Do you believe that?
Garfield is definitely Garfield got a check.
So you believe that he received millions of dollars, right? From some family.
From where now?
From some family. He stated that publicly on Doggy Diamonds.
Garfield's family is affluent. I'll say that.
Okay, all right. Well, do you want to talk about the ancient Egyptians, because you argue that they're not black? Do you want to talk about that?
Okay, so yeah, let's deal with that. So like my argument is that so for me, we use the term black as a blanket term, right? We throw it over all of Africa, and we don't necessarily use that the same way that we use the term black here in the Americas. And so, like, if I was to talk about a black person, I would not be referring to a person that's from Libya. I would not be referring to an Arab person. I would not be referring to any of those things. I would be referring to a descendant of sub-Saharan Africans. And so, like, when we have these colloquial conversations, we talk about black people, and we give these people these social statuses of being black, but in our world that we live in, they wouldn't qualify as being black by our own standards. Because if we looked into what's that place called? India. My bad, my mind went blank. We looked at India. These people are darker than me. Are they black? No. They are Indian. These are Dravidians. These are different kind of Indian people, or native Hindu people. They don't believe the same thing that we believe in. They don't have the same culture. They don't have the same language that I do. And so I can't qualify and quantify these people as being black people. And this is what I tried to share with the community, is because, and I think you are very well studied, sir, in Africa. And you know that Africa is the most diverse continent in the entire world. That means you have the most diversity ethnically. Why would the people who lived in West Africa, West and Central Africa, be the exact same group of people who live in Northeast Africa, especially after multiple influences from foreign sources, especially Indo-European and European sources? So this is why I say that the people that are in Egypt was not black, because the people who was in Libya, we wouldn't call them black either. And that's simply my position.
Well, I agree with you with Libya. I wouldn't label the Libyans black people myself.
Yeah.
And do you mind if I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Before I continue, I want to show you something. Our brother Imhotep 360 wrote in the chat yesterday, let's talk about Kemet. The cult of Garfield is irrelevant. Let's talk about Kemet. The cult of Garfield is irrelevant. Cults and cult leaders comes and goes, but the information can never decay. So it is safe to say that we can label this activity of the Dagger Squad as a cult, because they have a leader who has made a claim publicly that he has not backed up, and they are still defending him regardless. It's like Dr. York claiming that he came from Planet Risk, and so many other strange claims that he made. And it's amazing because the Dagger Squad has been stating that Jabari's organization is a cult. You see the double standard? Everybody and their mama coming out of the woodwork, making excuses for the degree not being shown publicly. I'm not even going to talk about the people who talk about the plagiarism of the book, like Zion Lex did. He made a live stream about that. I'm not even talking about people who talk about being scammed by Garfield, because some people spoke about that publicly. Just the degree alone and the behavior, it looks really cultish to me. And Brother Onk has been talking about cults. But Brother Onk is cool with Garfield and he's been defending Garfield. And what was reported is that when Brother Onk told Sekou go back to Africa, it was because he was angry at Sekou because Sekou questioned Garfield. But then we have a different narrative now, you know? And I'm saying it again. If I hear someone from Africa, a continental African, telling an African American, go back to America, I would say that's wrong. I would not agree with it. But let's continue.
Yeah, rock on.
So I've shared the link in the chat, but for the record, I'm going to do that again. And where's the chat?
Yes, right there. It's on the screen.
Where's the live stream? There it is. So that's the Louvre Museum, and this is Amenhotep III. And does it look like a black person to you here?
But that's my contestment, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't say what a black person looked like because it's so many varieties of black people. I can't say because like.
Did you hear what he just said? I can't say what a black person looks like. Let's continue.
Look at the eyes. Look at the lips, look at the nose, look at the hair. Okay, these are Negroid features, but you're gonna find these exact same features when you go to the Americas. When you go looking at the people who live in the UV area that created this I guess phenotype, you're gonna find the same exact I guess expression of this phenotype.
Can you show me?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go, okay. let's look at.
Please show me then.
Okay, do you want me to show you the people who lived in India that have afros?
Well, you mentioned in America, we can see people who look like the same type of lips, same kind of nose, and that's the profile picture, the background picture that I have, by the way. So that's Amenhotep III. That's 1300 BC. That's Akhenaten's father. That's King Tut's grandfather. One of the most powerful ruler of Kemet.
Yeah, let me find it for you right quick. Give me one second.
But you know what's strange though, brother Kaya? You said you cannot tell what a black person looks like, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, because black person the black people are an ethnic group of people who are a vast majority of the African continent. So we have many phenotypes and many expressions of our DNA. But these expressions, they're all consistent because they're consistently not European traits. Wide noses, big lips, these darker skin, these different things. And so like when you look at ancient, like for instance, right, if you look at the ancient writings of like Jews, for instance, right, a lot of Jews called other Jews Negro Jews because they had wider nostrils or thicker lips because they live closer to the equator area. And these are things that we have to address on micro levels because these microscopic levels are the things that build on macro evolution and macro thought processes. And I think that a lot of times we forget about these small details when we build these big ass profiles for knowledge that we disseminate from our community.
But maybe there's a misunderstanding. Maybe we're not talking about the same time period. If you're talking about the modern Egyptians, the contemporaneous inhabitants of Egypt, then I don't consider them black either. You know, though we'll find some Nubians around the south. But I was actually talking about ancient time, like antiquity.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. So are we talking about pre?
Dynastic period, dynastic period, like
pre-dynastic.
Not just pre-dynastic, even pre-dynastic. I'm sorry, my bad. Not just pre-dynastic, even dynastic period. Basically, once again, this one here, Amenhotep III, that's 1300 BC, that's 1300 BC. But it's a bit strange to me, and I understand. I mean, I'm not trying to make you change your mind because usually it kind of takes time and people to look at different evidence in order to see if they want to change their mind or not. But you have your premise that the ancient Egyptians were not black, and a lot of people share that same premise. Even Chief-X, I've been talking with him every now and then, and but what is surprising to me, however, is that when you see this painting right here, which is once again in the Louvre Museum, I didn't put it there. Then you start saying, okay, you don't really know what a black person looks like, and I think it's strange. Because
No,
some people.
I'm not. This is what I'm saying, Shaka. I'm not saying that pre dynastic Egyptians were not black. I'm saying that they are black. And I've also said that pre-exilic Israelites in Israel was also black. But I'm saying we need to further define that term black so we can be on the same page, because we are using black as a cover all. I'm saying that they had melanin in their skin. I'm saying that because E1B1A, E1B1B, R1, these are all black people, but they have different genetic sources that they come from. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I can't say that I'm the same group of people that are in Northeast Africa. Like if I got a person
But,
that
if you want, I can make it simple. When I say black, I mean just like black people in America. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, absolutely no. The people who was Egyptian was definitely not the people who was brought over here slaves. No.
No. I'm not saying that they are the same ones. I'm saying when I say black, because you said we have to define what we mean by black.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now that I agree, yeah. The people who was brought over here slaves, like, so if we can agree that that is the only term that means black people, then we can have a great conversation, because now we've established protocol. Now we know when we say black, we know who we're referring to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not exactly saying the people who were brought to the Americas and the Caribbean, by the way, are the only people that we call black people. But what I'm trying to say is that when I say the ancient Egyptians, as far as I'm concerned, were black, I mean black like African Americans. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. So the people who was designated as being black people have only been the people, as far as black now, that are the people who was brought over here as slaves, because everybody else.
I see your point, but that's in English, besides English.
Yeah. But that's the only point of reference I have.
Well, we have Negro, the Spanish Negro, and even back in the Middle Nature, we have the term Chem, and Smash Rockwell actually show that a lot of time. But this painting here, to you, like, does it look like a Caucasian? Does it look like a Chinese person, like someone from Spain, from Denmark? How would you describe that person in terms of ethnicity or race? Because now people say there's no race, but whatever term you want to use, how would you define that person there?
A person that lived in the Levant area was a Afro.
No, I'm talking about that one there, not just someone in the Levant. That wasn't the Levant. That was Africa. That was.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So that particular picture looks like a Nubian person that has more African features. But if as you go and through Egyptian history or Kemetic history or Ramesh history, whatever we want to call it, you get people who are getting lighter and lighter. Eyes are blue. People have different features, things of that sort. So like it depends on what time period that we were referring to the land of Kemet. Because of the picture that you're showing, I would say that person is probably a Nubian or a Afro or a more African person that will be more connected to like the Ramses genetics that you have than the people who are R and J and stuff like that.
Well, I get your point. I personally don't deal with genetics, but just for the benefit of the audience, because some people think that this is like a one-off painting, But if you don't mind, I just want to show you that one. I know some people will probably say, well, that one, it doesn't have a broad nose, but I'm just going to share the screen. That's okay with you, of course. This one here is from the Torino, or Turin, as we say in English, in Italy. And there it is. So actually,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that side effect. I'm going to move forward a little bit, because some of it, if you're familiar with my channel, you've seen them. I usually share the links, so I can go further in the discussion. Now, for those who don't know, only the members can post in the chat, so that you have the link. It is pinned. It remains at the top of the chat, and it's $3 per month, which is $36 per year, but it's only a monthly stuff. You can just cancel your membership at any time. And I don't know any personal information. This is YouTube/Google that handles it. So now you know. This way we don't have to bother with the trolls. So let me just move forward a little bit.
or white person, and if you show his mummy,
come from those group of people. And this is my major pushback, because I said it like yesterday. I was on Side Another show and I got cussed out, and people said that I was cooning and I'm an idiot, simply because I said a fact, that the fact is that Egypt was not ruled by the same people after the pre-dynastic period, because it went through the Assyrians' hands, it went through the Persians' hands, it went through the Romans' hands, it went through the Greeks' hands, and so their culture would definitely change the same way that anybody's culture would change if you're going through that many different rulerships. And for some reason, we have an issue with the facts, because we blackanize, we overly make this shit black. We overly make this shit what we want it to be, and we romanticize these African belief systems and these African cultures, and we're not being realistic, in my personal opinion.
Well, I don't think we romanticize anything. I mean, I heard some Hebrew Israelites saying that to me when they were talking about slavery in Kemet, which is a biblical narrative. You know, in history, I haven't seen any record of slavery, let alone the Exodus narrative. But you know, when it comes to this here, first I'm wondering, like, what is the website? Is it?
Now, I want to thank Junior for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And it's a good opportunity to review something that was said in the chat. Now, let me just show you. I wish I could see just a little bit further. Hold on. If I go back, the chat comment's gonna go up. Okay, never mind. So here in the chat, psychological shackle breakers. That's the brother who goes by the name Sabio, and he will actually get on the panel, so you will hear him. We would even see him because of time he will put his webcam on. Now, here he wrote Jabari, the mummy whisperer. Imhotep 360 told Sabio, Kaya seems to be a good brother. You should follow him and leave the cult you're in, bro. Then Sabio replied, not in a cult, but you are, because you talk to mummies. And for those who don't know Sabio, it's been going on all those live streams, typing, yeah, Jabari spoke to a mummy. Jabari talked to a mummy. That's what he's been saying for a very long time. Okay? Now, even added, as I said, Jesus doesn't exist. Fine. Now, at one point, I had to go a bit further for the chat to appear. Here, Sabio says, and once again, that's a Dagger Squad member, Paul didn't know about no historical Jesus, dude. If you know the story, Paul's Jesus was mythical. I'm sorry, not mythical, mystical. All right? Then, why is it moving like that?
You know, Alexander the Greek, and
Oh. There was a part where actually he doubted what I showed. He doubted that I actually went there. So Imhotep 360 just let him know that I've been going to museums, but it's okay.
And finally, we had the Romans, and then 600 years later, we had the Muslims. So, I mean, we have the depictions, we have the visual evidence, you know. Now there's other things, you know, that the language and maybe the culture overall, but I really rely on the visual evidence. And then we have some brothers, some sisters, and other people who like to talk about DNA a lot. And they like to talk about some samples that were made, but I usually ask them, okay, what's the time period for those samples? Because if they took samples from inhabitants of Egypt in, let's say, 400 BC, that's the late period, it was the Greeks who ruled. So I don't know if we can rely on that when it comes to the ancient population, but I don't want to be long-winded with it.
Yeah. No, honestly, for this conversation, I think we agree way more than we disagree. You know what I'm saying? Because like when I first heard about you, Shaka, you and Garfield had some issues. And
yeah, unfortunately, we've had issues for a long time now, but keep going.
I think it's because lines have been crossed, but that's neither here nor that's not my business. What I'm saying is that I think that honestly, what you are saying and what Garfield is saying is 98% the same thing.
Oh well, we'll find out anyway. You know, I mean, it's like it hasn't been the most peaceful ride. But I mean, we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. I mean, what I don't like is falsehood, really. That's what I don't like. And there's some people who are labeled Kemetic or followers of Kemet that I've had issues with, you know, because I didn't like the falsehood that they were saying, you know. So
well, maybe I can help you out. I want to be a mediator, right? What do you think of falsehood? Because I'm not saying that Garfield is infallible, and I'm not saying that you are either. But I'm saying that I've never heard anything that Garfield has said out of his mouth that I can say, bro, you that's full of shit. I've never heard that. Now I have heard him say some things that he's been corrected on, and he's accepted the correction, but it wasn't like a huge issue. So like what do you feel is a insurmountable hill with Garfield that you can't respect the scholarship?
well, I would say the main claim that he's been saying for the last few months, that Christianity didn't take a damn thing from Kemet. And he said that several times.
No. That's not what he said though, bro.
Oh, I heard him.
I think okay. That's okay. That's it. That's the root of it. That's the root. Okay, got it.
Now, just for the record, sometimes I don't know if people who support individuals actually listen to what they are saying. But I'm pretty confident that a lot of the people who are watching this video, either right now or those who will watch it later on when the live stream is finished, I'm sure many of you heard Garfield said several times Christianity didn't steal a damn thing from Kemet. I mean, this was said on Saneda Studios channel several times. This is just not something that he said one time because he had too much coffee and he was excited. But you know, that's just for the record.
Oh no, you wouldn't be the root. I mean, how it started actually, it was very simple. He issued a challenge, and he said, you know, Isis wasn't a virgin, and he said, show me Isis being a virgin on the walls, or I forgot which word he used exactly, but he said, show me Isis being a virgin, show me the text or something like that to that effect. So I did just that, you know, and then I was on his panel. He put me on hold for 40 minutes. And he had a dude that I nicknamed Batishon, who is a riparian, like, you know, basically a follower of the anthropological linguists. I think you know what I'm talking about. And then you know, Reggie wasn't really happy with me at that moment, so I was kind of disrespected. He actually kicked me out of the stream, and he said, you know, you're behaving like a girl. We are all grown in here, so I just clapped back. But I mean, I showed the text, you know, and I told Reggie. If Reggie wants to say, my source was what we call the Wörterbuch book, which is the most complete dictionary of ancient Egyptian. It is in German, indeed. If Reggie wants to say that the Wörterbuch book is wrong, then he can be my guest. But he knows that the Germans will slice him up, you know. Yeah. So that's what it was, and he he actually.
Now, for the record, on the screen there, Kaya put a comment by somebody called Craig Amun Ra, who wrote scholarly consensus. Isis wasn't a virgin. And it's so funny when I hear this term about consensus. I've shown a text written in hieroglyphic, and he says that that Isis was a virgin. That's what the text says. Now, if anybody wants to make interpretation and freestyle over it, it's on them. That's what the text says. Let's keep it going.
I mean, said some things and acted some ways, but I know it was a group effort, but that's the past, so I'm not really tripping on it, but I think he just underestimated me because it is what it is.
I don't think he underestimates you. I think that everybody that deals with you understands that you are a scholastic individual. I think the issue is that it got personal and it didn't stay on the information. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm glad you said that actually, because I did ask about the degree, and I think that's what made him the most angry. But he stated publicly on Doggy Diamonds that he has a bachelor's degree in history. Now he's been saying that he showed it to so and so. But when I spoke to Chef and Chris MVP Harris, actually Garfield came that day on my stream. He said, "Oh, you want to be a French Wendy Williams? I mean, you want to be a gossiping Wendy Williams for the French people?" I mean, I didn't, kick him out. I just said, "Look, leave the other names aside," and I still allowed him to speak on my panel. Now, Chef said that he saw one name, but Chris MVP Harris said he saw another name, and the field apparently was not the same. So
I think you should ask yourself this question though, bro. Like for real, like seriously, ask yourself: has Chris MVP Harris been inside Garfield's house? Has Sheffrin been inside Garfield's house?
Well,
the only way that you can see the degrees I have on my wall.
No, you don't need to be in somebody's house.
If you
you
come
can see a
inside my
picture.
house, you have to be invited.
You can see a picture, or you can see a video. But actually, Chris stated publicly that Garfield doesn't have a bachelor's degree in history. He said, "I capped for you before, but I'm not capping for you again."
Now, this quote you just heard me said, I played it. I made a live stream about it. Chris MVP Harris, later on, after the excerpt that I played, which is from 4 months ago, he stated publicly, live on the air on his own platform, he said, "Garfield, you don't have a bachelor's in history. I capped for you before. I'm not capping for you again." And here in the chat, we have Redquan, who wrote, "Garfield has a degree." And we have Wab Funk, who wrote, "Garfield has a community college degree, and it's not in history. That's it. Simple." Let's continue.
Now they know each other, So
Chris,
we have someone.
Chris does not know Garfield like that, bro.
Well, whether he knows him or not, I mean, he knows him. He has his phone number. Actually,
but what I'm saying though, bro, like, so for instance, I got best friends.
Garfield sent him a picture of his degree. I don't know if you're aware of that. We were actually live.
Yeah.
He said,
and Garfield sent you a picture of his degree, right?
No, he didn't. He actually proposed to do a private live stream so he could show it to me. But I said, look, I don't do the private stuff. I mean, why wouldn't he show it publicly?
Because
I think it's a fake one that he showed.
Bro, like, my name on here is not my name in real life. This is what I go by. I go by Kyle. This is the name that was given to me through spiritual practices and stuff.
But Garfield Reed is his name, right?
So I do not want anybody seeing my government name, because you got to understand what you're dealing with.
Now, notice just a few minutes ago, he actually showed his degree. But now I want to thank hold on. Junior, who sent another cash app, and Junior said, Garfield did say Christianity not taken from Kemet. Now, to say Christianity is not taken from Kemet is one thing, but I've heard Garfield said Christianity didn't take a damn thing from Kemet. I've heard that. I have quite a good memory, you know.
You're dealing with a group of people who will slander you, who will call and try to get you fired, who will try to do anything because you're speaking against their belief system. And so you have to be defensive of yourself, because I can guarantee you your name is not Shaka Nagu. And if it is, I apologize.
That's not my government. You're correct. No, that's not my government name.
Yeah,
My government name
that's what I'm
shows,
saying.
just,
So, like,
I just want to say, if you don't mind.
But for me to ask you, show me your driver's license right now live, you would be apprehensive. You would not want to do that, right or wrong.
Yeah, well, actually,
I don't know about America. I know about England because I lived over there. Your address shows on your driver's license. So we're not talking about a driver's license. We're talking about a degree. And on a degree, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm quite confident that no address shows on the degree. And Prescott just sent me another Cash App to tell me you are correct about what I just said regarding what Garfield stated. So let's continue.
It's really different, because my government names appear when people make a donation. You know, if they want to make a donation on the PayPal, and I think the Cash App as well, my government name appears. Actually, I used to do Muay Thai, so I did some tournaments, and my government name appeared. But besides that, we're not talking about a driver's license. We're talking about a degree, because.
And now, let's listen to this, brothers and sisters. And I told you before that we might get some clarity. Now, look at what Wab Funk wrote in the chat. He wrote, "We know Garfield from way back. He does have a degree, but it's from a community college, and it's not in history. Garfield just told a little white lie about being a history one." So, I don't know Wab Funk. I don't know if you know him, but that's interesting. And to me, early on, it looked like it was a lie. But we have some cultish behavior coming from Sabio and other people who are going out of their ways to act like we are invading somebody's privacy, somebody's intimacy, by asking to see the degree. But yet some people have the nerve to say that Garfield is a scholar. Some people had the nerves to say that Garfield is an expert on Christianity or an expert on the Bible. We don't have to ask scholars, because even though they don't all show their degree, because some of them are listed on university websites, some of them write papers on journals, but at least the scholars say that they got such and such degree. They say the name of the degree, or the title if you prefer. They say the field, and they say which school they got it from. But some other people, they are different. They are different. And Garfield, even himself, when he came and I played it earlier, he started talking about, yeah, you know, my first name. You can go back and listen. So we have 30 people online. For those who don't know, only the members of the channel can post in the chat, and you have the link to join. It is handled by YouTube. It's $3 a month. You can cancel your membership at any time. And I don't know your first name, last name, email address, phone number, bank details. All of this is handled by YouTube. So feel free. It's not an obligation. People are welcome to leave their comments once the live stream is over.
because you gave your example of.
I have 3 degrees right here.
I understand that.
On all of my 3 degrees, it shows my first name, my middle name, and my last name, the state that I was in, the date that I graduated, the year that I graduated, and that is private information that I may not want motherfuckers to know.
That's you, but Garfield Reed. Are you saying that Garfield Reed is not his real name?
I'm saying that if it is, it's cool. If it's not, it's cool because
well, I mean, so far we know him as that. That's his real name. That's the book, and he used to do business as well. So I mean, if he wants to, and he can tell the people, look, I don't want to show my degree because I don't use my real name, and then okay, end of story. You know, but so far everybody knows him with that government name. But you know, I'm not too concerned about his private life. But once again, he said on Dougie Diamonds that he has a bachelor's degree in history, and the way he's been behaving regarding this issue of the degree shows to me that he doesn't have that degree. And rather than, and he's just going to attack people for talking about it rather than just owning up to it, I mean, he's not the only one who would have done that. There's a guy called Ali Muhammad. He showed the fake PhD and he was roasted online. But, we left that alone. That was then,
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I just don't feel like, okay, so I'm not.
He wrote a book. And in his back cover, he said he's been a student of biblical history for the last 30 years, which is also very strange to me because it would mean that he started at 9 years old. But he actually even gave the name of the church that he used to attend. So, once you have a public figure, we know your face, you have written a book, you even traveled abroad. He went to London, to advertise the book. And besides, he used to do business and credit repair and other things, I don't see why you wouldn't show your degree. I think he doesn't have the bachelor's degree in history, and he could prove me up. He could prove me wrong by just showing it. Now, if he doesn't want to show it, that's fine. But I have the right to say, well, since he doesn't show it, it's
all right. So let me try to broker a deal. So you mean if Garfield, if I can get Garfield to show you his degree, will you apologize?
Not to me. No. I don't see why we need to apologize.
You are the person that's denying he has a degree.
Oh, no,
if I can get him to show you his degree, will you apologize to him on live?
I don't.
Will you make a public apology and say, I'm sorry that I doubted you, Your Royal Highness?
No, I wouldn't say that. Come on. But, it would be a good thing for him to show his degree, not just to me, but basically to the community. And then people will be like, well, you see, that guy Shaka said that he doesn't have the degree. He believes he doesn't have it. Actually, he has it. But I think he will not do that because if he shows a degree, without hiding the university or the school like he did with Jabari, Jabari stated publicly that Garfield hid the university. Because if we see the school, then it can be verified,
I want you to see what the Dagger Squad member Sabio wrote. He wrote, source up or shut up. Now he's been labeling people idiots. You see, idiots. So that guy says source up or shut up. But Garfield gets a pass. Cult behavior. We are actually witnessing cultish behavior. Garfield doesn't have to source up his degree. He just needs to make the claim. Let's continue.
So it's on him, but for the record, I'm not the only one who doubted him having a degree, just like also him having millions of dollars. Many people have been doubting that. But on his channel, obviously, anybody that says something that doesn't go along with the program, then they will be blocked, they will be, kicked out. But there's many, and it's good for you to know so you can, convey that to him. There are, I could say hundreds of people who doubt that he actually has that degree,
I don't think it's hundreds. I don't think it's a doubt it. I mean, well, you know what? Let's move. Sabio, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? Welcome to the platform, man. Sabio, how you doing, King?
Yo, what up?
What's up, Sabio?
I'm just sitting over here tripping off this conversation. It's crazy because who cares if a person has a degree or not? No one's challenged anybody. No one's challenged you having a degree. Look. No one. I did not interrupt you
because you were not there. But go ahead.
No one interrupted you. No one's challenging a whole lot of people who come in these communities if they have degrees. No one's challenges a whole lot of people if they've graduated high school or college. I'm being serious. I graduated college. I don't have my degree, and I'm not going to show my degree because I think my work backs up my degree in history that I went to school to study.
Yep.
Yeah, but you're anonymous and unidentified. Garfield is not. Garfield is a public
No, he's not. He's not unidentified.
No,
I've
I said
talked to
you
him on
are.
the
You are.
phone.
I said you are anonymous and unidentified, but he's not. He's a public figure.
How am I anonymous and unidentified? Everybody
No,
on this panel knows me. Everybody in these chats seem to know me.
I
So
don't
I'm
see
not
your
too
face.
anonymous.
I don't know you. I don't know your name. But Garfield is a public figure, But I understand if you.
We're all
don't have
public
that
figures.
conversation.
We're all
Okay,
public
no,
figures because we're here in the public and we're
but
doing what we do to educate the
yeah.
public. Nobody
All
wants
right.
to know but you.
Yeah, no, it's
You're the only person that it
Look,
seems important.
Listen. If you don't want to have that conversation, you don't have to have it. I had it with the brother Kayal. Everything was cool. You don't need to come with that energy. I hear you. You don't care if he has a degree or not. Some people care. Now, and that's it. And I'm ready to move on to other things because apparently it makes you upset, and I don't want you to be upset.
No, it don't make me upset. It don't make it. No, it don't make me upset. It's a childish conversation at this point.
Well, it's childish to keep saying that Jabari spoke to a mommy. He never said he spoke to a mommy. So
yes, he did. Yes, he did. No. Yeah, he did.
Correct. Time out. And look, it's 58 people. It's 58,000 in the words of with it. 58,000 y'all in this chat, man. Let's get these likes up. Hit the subscribe button. Thank y'all for coming in. We're gonna get back to the conversation in a second, but y'all better hit that subscribe button before y'all do anything else. And back to you, Shaka.
So
now, for the record, this is a new claim from Garfield that I didn't know about, and it's coming from our good brother Imhotep 360. Imhotep 360 degrees. Look what he wrote in the chat. You see here? Garfield says he was a Rasta, and I know he's lying. He just needs to stop the self-grandizement. Now, I've heard Garfield say, I read Garfield on the back cover of his own book, mentioning that he has been a student of biblical history for the last 30 years. And when we make the calculation with the information given in the back cover of the book, it means that he started when he was 9 years old. So Garfield stated publicly that he was a member of the Nation of Islam. Garfield stated publicly that he used to bodyguard Spike Lee. I mean, he had such an amazing life. And amazingly, if we make an analogy or a comparison with Dr. York has claimed to come from so many places also. I mean, Garfield nearly did it all. He studied biblical history for 30 years. For the last 30 years, he was a member of the Nation of Islam. He was a bodyguard for Spike Lee. Then he did credit repair. And now he's into black history / religion. And there's so many other stuff that he claimed, because remember what Garfield said when he came on my platform. He said he doesn't just have the bachelor's degree in history, that he has other degrees as well. Somebody stated in a chat or in a comment that Garfield has claimed that he dropped out of school. But besides that comment, or whether it was in the comment section or in the chat, Garfield kind of did quite a fair bit, and we have his cult followers who don't dispute anything, who don't require any proof. Anything Garfield says goes just because he said it. And we have this Sabio dude who comes online and says nobody cares. There's many people who care about this. If he doesn't care, that's on him, because he's following a cult leader. He is part of a cult. Now, there's my sister Jolanda. And I want to show you what she wrote. And that's right after Imhotep 360's comment. She wrote, I got a degree and some certificates, and I don't know half that S. Garfield or Bobby knows. IJS, which probably means I'm just saying. And she even has the face palm. Why would you do this, sister? The issue is not, oh, that guy has knowledge. The issue is a claim was made publicly. But it's only in the so called conscious community. I cannot even say the black community. It's only in the conscious community that we have a group of people who like to label other pseudos. And when somebody makes a claim, just because he's a cult leader, we cannot even ask for validation or proof of the claim. So we're supposed to take Garfield's words for face value. No, it doesn't work this way. Now, Wab Funk wrote this. Some of us, is it loud enough? Yes. Some of us take academia seriously. You can't write an academic publication on false claims. Or just don't tell people you are a historian with a history degree when you don't. Now, I've played Osahimo fake claiming that he is an anthropological linguist and also claiming that he is a historian. And some of you have not heard it, and I'm going to play it because Osahimo fake is Garfield's master teacher. So you can see where people learn their tricks from. It's very important. I mean, now it's cool for people to claim stuff without proving it. So,
as you said, I am Asar Hotep. I am first and foremost, I'm a computer software programmer and linguist and historian of ancient Egyptian and Bantu studies. And I'm happy to be here on your show and to share some of my research with your audience.
did you hear it? Now, listen to this one. Another instance.
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifamu Yiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian and anthropological linguist, uh, an artist, poet, photographer, music producer, soon to be filmmaker, and a host of other things I like to dabble in seriously.
Did you hear that?
Alrighty. As mentioned before, I go by the name of Asar Imhotep. Some others may know me by Ifamu Yiwa Fagbimi in terms of my Yoruba name. I am a historian and anthropological linguist.
He said, I am a historian, anthropological linguist, and for a strange reason, I don't seem to see the comments left by the groupie cheerleader Tamika, also known as Mika, who is a moderator on most of the conscious community channels that we look. She's a moderator on Sanada Studios, House of Consciousness, probably on Sanada University. She is a moderator on Smash Rockwell. She is a moderator on Kayal and probably some other channels that, that are too numerous to name. And she's a cheerleader for that guy, Asahimo Fake. She's also a cult follower. Asahimo claimed that he's a historian and an anthropological linguist. Nobody has ever seen any of those degrees, and besides, he admitted live on air on Smash Rockwell that he doesn't have a degree in linguistics. How are you going to be an anthropological linguist and you don't have a degree in linguistics? How are you going to be a historian and you don't have a degree in history? Now, I know some people say, "Well, we're the first teacher, and what degree did they have?" They're going to talk about hundreds of years back. you know. And that cheerleader groupie, Tamika, has the nerve to label me no ma'at. Yesterday she wrote, "You have no ma'at." Now, you have seen, and if not, you will see some of her comments that he will put on the screen. But for a strange reason, in the chat, I might have missed it, but I don't recall seeing her comments. So maybe her comments were removed later on. I don't know. But it's interesting that we have this lady who's a moderator who's disrespecting anybody that don't agree with her cut leader Garfield. She might even be related to him, or she might be like a childhood friend. I mean, they might have had something going on, but she's going out of her way with no decorum, no respect for anybody that just don't agree with her cut leader. So we have somebody that's a moderator who has the nerve to disrespect people for doubting unfounded claims, unproven claims. That's just the definition of being pseudo. So we might as well call her pseudo Tamika from now on. And it's just so sad and so ridiculous for the conscious community to have people who would disrespect others for being critical thinkers. So now we're supposed to just agree and believe anybody who claims to have credentials or even degrees. I don't fall for that. I don't fall for that at all. Let's continue.
Well, Samuel, please,
So he
correct
actually
Jabari
said it,
saying that
and
he
it's in
spoke to
a
the
it's
mummy.
actually in a bit it's actually in the
I'm
video.
saying you're
It's
lying.
actually in the video.
Please pay
Okay,
me, brother, please.
Craig Moore, can you please send that video to Jabari saying he spoke to a mummy to Kayal? Please, Craig Moore, please, can you do that? Please, so Shaka can see this
Hey,
out of his
no.
mouth.
Hey,
Please.
but
Because I can't share it.
I don't have the video, but I have seen him say that he spoke. He was in the pyramids and he heard a mummy talk to him, and he spoke back to him.
Game over.
That was kind of strange.
I rest my case. I did not make that. I'm not making that up, bro. I'm not making that up. Everybody in this chat is saying he did it. I'm not making it up.
He said, I remember him saying that he thought he heard a voice. I don't remember him saying that he spoke to a mummy. So,
no, he said he heard a mum. He heard a mummy. He heard a mummy. He heard her voice say to him, "I heard you speaking about me, brother. Tell them I am here." Those were his words.
So he never said that he spoke to a mummy. So you've been lying, and it's fine. It's not the end of
okay,
the world.
So Craig, please email that video to Kayal, please, bro.
Let's get to the bottom of this indeed.
Yeah, but
please.
Let me chime in for 1 second. Somebody from my email address. My email address is Adanuke.
Tell them I am here.
Hold on, Sabio.
People in the chat repeating what he's saying.
Hold on 1 second, bro. I'm just trying to get my information out. My email address, if you want to send some information over, is etanupe02 at.
Now, for the record, listen what happened when some people have some narratives. Listen. You see that Craig Amun-Ra, he wrote, yes, Jabari spoke to a mummy. So we have some people who are actually sharing misinformation to the community while attacking people for sharing truth. What is truth? Fact. And even Recon wrote the cult tendency. Now, Jolanda continues by asking, what difference does his degrees make? Asking, well, if you don't care about people making claims, it's fine. You might as well believe that Asahi Mofeki is an anthropological linguist as well, and a historian as well. It makes a huge difference. It makes a difference between people who are pseudos and people who are not pseudos. We need to preserve the Black community from false claims. All right? Let's continue.
Gmail.com. That's adanuke02 at gmail.com. And now, Sabio, go back at him.
Yo, I'm just gonna wait on the video.
Yeah,
you know, I'm not.
Waiting. My email, so I gave my email so they can send it over.
Well, while we wait for the video savior, you said we actually probably agree on more things than we disagree on. So we might as well take the opportunity, feel free. And maybe you have some questions on
Oh, fuck, man. American Dream, man. God damn it, man. This nigga, oh my God. Goddamn American
Not the
Dream.
nightmare. Not the nightmare. Not the nightmare.
Hey, American Dream, you like the fucking, you.
So I will move forward a little bit, but I want to thank Mega Rude Boy 007 who wrote Truthfulness Matters. Show the degree. Thank you for the Cash App. And for those who don't know, indeed, it is possible to send a Cash App. I'm sorry, that's a super chat. It's called super chat. It's also called super sticker. That can be done directly from the chat. And I think it can even be done after the live stream. Um, but for those who don't know, oh no, not this one. For those who don't know, here you have my Cash App and my PayPal. So feel free if you appreciate the work that I've been doing for years, backing up what I'm saying, then you can contribute and support me. Now, Babylon Don wrote historian, anthropological linguist, and Babylon Don wrote clique leader and cheerleader. Babylon Don wrote at that point, I was proud of Shaka Ndugu. You see? Now, there's another comment. I'm not going to put it on the screen because I want to start anything. So I will move forward a little bit. Here was Uncle Knight talking. I mean, I'll give you the link to the stream so you can see it. But the A here, that's Unc. That's Abjuware. Abjuware, one of his username on mine. It's safe to say at this point that for whatever reason, um, the messages of Tamika do not appear anymore. So maybe Koyal saw that she was just out of line. And maybe they realized that, look, this girl right there, she's trying to go hard, but she's anonymous and unidentified. We only see her picture with her blonde hair. And every time she disrespects Shaka, and Shaka puts pressure on us. So, look, you make us look bad. Sean Ini, whatever his name is, he tried it. He tried to disrespect me. I clapped back and I never heard from him since, which shows that he's intelligent. He took a major L trying to be a good soldier, but he realized he only made a fool of himself. While the same people he was defending were just sitting back, chilling, and not taking the heat, you know? So anyway, I'm gonna pass this conversation. Unc, you see here look at the chat. The chat. Actually, it's good. You can hear the conversation.
She's telling you what's real.
No, she's
you don't. It's right here. Unc got tribal and not racial. Like you didn't say anything about that. You didn't say anything about the past 50 comments. Like I can't allow you
because he wasn't addressing me.
Okay, hold on. I want you to hear that conversation.
And we feel that a certain group of people and dialogues.
He was trying to come up with a goal. So on the people, the big thing, it was for because the indigenous Africans are very diverse, right? And all the skin colors in between. That is what they came up with.
Man,
Simple as that.
You see this comment I just pinned on the screen, bro?
Yeah. What that say?
Bro. Dude's like, you disrespected Sekou because he was asking Garfield about the debate. You were angry, so just admit it.
That's
like,
oh man, that's not no man. I did that way before that.
These people they be mischaracterizing the argument, like, because I think what the issue is that we internally, and I'm not saying we, like I'm just like in part of the process or anything, but I feel like I'm pretty close to the tight knit group of the conscious community, right? And I'm saying that we have internal communications and dialogues that a lot of people on the internet may not be privy to. And with that being said, they take sides based on their misinformation. And no shot to you, but this is what I was saying to you, brother, is that, like, I don't think Garfield has an issue with you. I think you have an issue with Garfield. The same way with Sekou. I don't think Sekou has.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the brother in Hotel 360, or are you talking about me, brother?
I'm talking about both.
Now, when I was in Sinetta Studios, Garfield called. I mean, maybe it was Sinetta who called him, but Garfield was on the phone with Sinetta, and everybody heard that Garfield called me an idiot just because I asked to see the degree. But I'm the one who have an issue with Garfield. And it is Garfield who's been labeling the followers of Kemet, the followers of Ba'at, as Egyptomaniacs. He's the one who did that. For the record. Let's continue.
About you and him.
All right.
I'm talking about, like, a lot of people, we have issues based on what we feel, based on our misinformation or the lack of information, because a lot of times we're looking from the outside looking in, and we feel that a certain group of people should allow us in or should allow certain amount of leniency toward us, if that makes any sense. Like, Garfield does not think that you're dumb. I don't think you're dumb. I think you are a brilliant individual. You know what I'm saying? You simply have a disagreement on the Jesus concept about him being taken from Egypt and not. But we can definitely have constructive dialogues without tearing each other down in that process.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd just like to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Garfield actually came on my channel. I went on his channel first. I spoke to him. Everything was all good. He came on my channel. We spoke, but he actually disrespected me. And when you asked me earlier about the issue, probably the main issue that I've taken, besides him saying that Christianity didn't take a damn thing from Kemet, which apparently you haven't heard him say, but he actually kept referring to people who follow Kemet, or as we say, Kemetic people, as Egyptomaniacs, and he was very disrespectful, very condescending. But we actually spoke until that day. He put me on hold for 40 minutes. And then he said, that I was acting like a girl, that we all grown. Tamika says that I'm making stuff up. She's free to get on the panel and speak, but we never see her, we never hear her. She's only a Twitter finger lady. But what I'm saying is,
hold on. I can't allow you to talk to Mika like that, bro. Like,
now, for the record, I think it's at the end, so hopefully I might remember. But for those who will watch this live stream in full, as long as it remains online, Kaya will use the same term about people who type on the chat. He will even do that, if I'm not mistaken. He would say Twitter finger, but that's okay. Let's listen to the conversation. It's all good.
No,
what?
What I do here is when people post a comment, I put them on the screen. I have put multiple comments on the screen, and like, so this guy right here, got tribal, not racial. Like, You didn't say anything about that. You didn't say anything about the past 50 comments. Like I can't allow you
because he wasn't addressing me. I mean, I understand you're defending your moderator. That's fine.
No, it's not that. It's that the fact that have you ever been hunting before?
No.
Okay. Well, that would make sense, right? So when you hunt, you don't go look at, you don't go find what you feel is the weakest prey to hunt. You find the strongest to hunt. Mika is in this chat.
What are you trying to say, brother? I'm hollering at everybody. I mean, that's not your PhD.
Mika has been sweet and innocent to everybody.
No, she's been disrespectful. She says I have no ma'at for the record. Maybe you missed that. Yeah,
she's telling you what's real.
No, she said I'm making it up, brother. Are you aware that what I'm talking about is actually?
How do you know she's talking about you?
She said I have no ma'at. I know she's talking about me.
She literally said making shit up. She didn't say he's making shit up, you making shit up. I just posted.
Maybe that one is not about me.
Why do you feel? Why do you? She said, "Be a man." Why do you feel like this is about you?
Man, what am I? Am I a dog? Am I a cat? But it's all good, brother. You know, I respect that's your channel. I ain't gonna try to be.
No. I just want to understand why you feel like she's talking about you right now, because she's laughing at you.
I mean, now she can laugh. That's all she does. But you see, now it's the feminist angle. So I'm gonna chill on that because I'm gonna lose, because people are gonna talk about the divine feminine energy and the queen of the earth. So I'm gonna lose on that. So I ain't gonna go against feminism. I'm gonna lose there. So I leave it there. I ain't gonna win against feminism.
Well, you know what? I think we should do, brother. We should have another show about feminism. I would love.
These are some weak tactics.
Now.
He said feminism.
I would love to have a conversation with y'all about, bro. Because like this feminism shit, I would. Oh my God! I would cut the live off right now and start another one right now, because y'all niggas about this feminism shit is some weak ass niggas, bro. I say shit out my mouth. Y'all niggas weak as fuck,
WEAK.
If you can't,
now your brothers are in your feelings, so now you want to use profanity and all
that. You're in your feelings.
If you don't want a woman that can express herself, you are a weak ass.
You are weak, because when I'm criticizing a woman, you get in your feelings. When I'm criticizing dudes,
I'm not in my feelings because you're criticizing a woman. I'm in my feelings because you're criticizing the woman unjustly.
Well, that's what you're saying, but you don't know the deal. You don't know that Garfield came on our platform. You don't know that I went on his platform. You don't know that what I'm talking about is actually recorded. I have the footage. So I'm not making anything else, anything up, and everybody can vouch to that. That's my issue. She's just lying on me. But if you don't mind, because once again, I'm on your panel, I'm a guest, so I
look,
besides my boundaries.
This is what I want you to know, Shaka. Like this platform right here, this is a cool this is a safe place, right? You can cuss me out, and guess what I'm not gonna do?
I don't want to cuss you out, brother.
I'm not saying you are. Guess what I'm not gonna do though? I'm not gonna kick you off. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna ask you to get in order and articulate yourself in a proper manner, but I'm not gonna kick you off, because that's the type of man that I am. Like, I understand that, right? And I want you to understand that we gotta express ourselves to each other. And if you and Mika have some issues, maybe you and Mika should have a private sidebar conversation so you can work that shit out. But you know what I'm saying?
Thanks for the advice, brother.
No, that's all I'm saying, bro.
No, thanks for the advice. Thanks for the advice, but it's all good, I mean, she's been disrespectful.
Yo, Kyle, can you play that video real quick?
Oh yeah, let me play this video for Fabio.
That's how we look at the video. Fabio said that Jabari said he spoke to her mommy, so let's find out.
Yeah.
Now, what you just heard, they try the feminist angle, try to act like I'm misogynistic, like I'm chauvinist. I want you to see some things written in the chat. Imhotep 360 wrote, I was on Garfield Live when it happened, so I know what happened. I'm so used, you see, brothers and sisters, some people don't know that I've been online for over 15 years. I started my website for over 15 years. So I'm used to talking points and different tactics and trying to change narratives. I'm used to people saying stuff online. I have them either on audio or on video, and they still deny that they say the stuff. And ultimately, when you play it, if they are there or if somebody plays it to them, they say, oh, what I meant was. Now, Wildfunk said, but that's what happened. It's okay to admit that because Garfield is your boy. Imhotep 360 degrees road noticed how Ong didn't dispute what I said because he knows what happened. He was upset with Seku and said some things. That's the truth. Period. James Powell, shout out to you, brother Elder, wrote Shaka, you're the only one showing your face. Imhotep 360 degrees road Tamika always bangs on Shaka though. She takes it personal. Contrarian thinker wrote she addressed it to him. That's the difference. Even Chaz, who is not a fan of me, wrote she talking about him, law. You understand what I'm saying? And then Himotep 360 degrees wrote addressing Kayal, Tamika always bangs on Shaka everywhere and she knows it. But they tried. But I can confirm, however, that indeed the messages of Tamika, the cheerleader groupie, do not appear in the chat anymore. Because I've been going through the chat and I invite you to look for her messages. They are no longer there. So something happened. I'm curious, but I'm not asking what happened. However, on the screen, we can see the messages that she posted in the chat simply because Kaya put those messages in the chat. So let's continue now.
Let's find out, man. I'm finna share my screen, man. You still there, bro? Then check those, man. God damn it. Oh shit, what the hell going on here? Fuck, man. Hold on a second. I didn't click out the goddamn thing on accident. There you go. Let me see. And I gotta download it again.
And so when we finally got to the museum, I'm showing some other folks some things, and I hear a woman's voice over my. And so when we finally got to the museum, I'm showing some other folks some things, and I hear a woman's voice over my shoulder. I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum.
So hold on.
I turned back around. Hear this, Sonetta. I turned back around and I said, wait, there's Anika. She's talking to some students. I turned back in the area of where I hear a woman's voice, and guess who I saw?
Who?
I saw this coffin case for Ahotep. A woman's voice over my shoulder. I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum.
So hold on.
I turned back around. Hear this, Sonetta. I turned back around and I said, wait, there's Anika. She's talking to some students. I turned back in the area of where I hear a woman's voice, and guess who I saw?
Who?
I saw this coffin case for Ahotep.
Oh, man.
I believe the spirit of this great African queen was saying to me, you have spoken about me and my family. Tell them I'm here. A woman's voice. And guess who I saw?
Who?
I saw this coffin case for Ahotep.
Oh, man.
I believe the spirit of this great African queen was saying to me, you have spoken about me and my family. Tell them I'm here.
That's kind of strange. But I'm gonna let y'all have y'all conversation, man. y'all,
where did I lie at? Where did I lie at? That's all I want to know. Where did I lie at?
Well, you lied because you said that Jabari spoke to a mummy, and he never said that he spoke to a mummy. And besides, he actually said, I believe the spirit of this great African queen was saying to me so and so. So, brother Sabio, if you have integrity, at least admit, if you don't want to use the term lie, at least admit you are wrong. He never said he spoke to a mummy.
You hear this nigga? You hear this clown?
I'm not, and then well,
yes.
I'm not a clown. Just keep it respectful.
Do y'all hear this clown?
Hold up.
No, you say that to my face.
No, Sabio, I'm gonna have to remove you right now, bro, because we're not finna do that on my page, my platform, none of that shit. You're not finna call nobody. You're not finna disrespect them on my page, period, bro. We're gonna have intellectual conversation. If you can do that, I will bring you back. If you can do that, put a 1 in the chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to drop you off the stream, bro. I'm sorry. It did that, you know, you've been knowing me for a while. That's how I rock, bro. You know, I'm 42 years old. I do not have time for niggas on my fucking live to be calling niggas, and no, we're not gonna do that, bro. Just please calm down, my dude. If you want to come back, go to the YouTube chat, put a 1 in the chat. I'm looking right now. If you don't put a 1 in the chat, then you can't come back. If you do put a 1 in the chat, you can come back, no problem. But just be 1,000, bro. Like that's all I want you to do, bro. And Shaka, you want to finish your point, bro?
So I can respect that because Sabio, as usual, got carried away because I mean Sabio cursed me out so many times. He used profanity towards me. You know what I'm saying? Sabio is a Dagger Squad member. Kayal is a Dagger Squad member. But at least Kayal had the decorum of telling Sabio, no, you can't do that. Now the funny thing is that we all heard Sabio saying, "Where did I lie at? Where did I lie at?" And I told him where he lied. He stated that Jabari spoke to a mummy. He said it before because we spoke before on Smash Rockwell's platform. He wrote it plenty of times before, and many people have read that. And instead of just admitting that he was, at least that he was wrong, even if he doesn't want to say that he lied, but he did lie, and he did spread that lie, and other people have repeated that lie. But the lie about the degree, nobody cares though. But when it comes to the statement about the mummy issue, everybody cares about it. How strange. So I want to greet our new member, Mega Rude Boy 007. Babylon Dawn welcomed him. Mega Rude Boy wrote, he's claiming he demands decorum, yet as a host he shows none. V. Bennett wrote, he's talking about personal experience, which many people have. It doesn't mean he's using this in his scholarship or debate. And he added, personally, Jabari is free to explore his own experience himself. It's not something anyone else can speak on. It's simply something for himself to explore. Now, earlier, V. Bennett wrote he is cursing and talking about expressing oneself properly. I mean, when he was saying that, oh, we should express ourselves properly, you know, I'm on somebody else. Like I'm like, I don't want to say enemy territory, but opponent territory. And I know you have to be very careful because you're going to say the wrong thing. They're going to be triggered, and it's going to be over. You understand what I'm saying? When he told me, oh, if you have an issue with Tamika, you and her should talk about it as if I have a phone number or email address. I said, thank you for the advice. And I repeated, thank you for the advice. I mean, the irony how people change the narrative. This lady has been disrespecting me on so many different channels and getting a big kick out of it. But then I'm being told or schooled about how to behave with that lady who apparently can get a pass for disrespecting people as a moderator just because she wants to defend some pseudos. Now, actually, I'm glad because I almost forgot. Just so that people can see how much of a cheerleader groupie Tamika is. She's congratulating at any chances she gets one of the most pseudo individual out of the conscious community. Why am I saying this? Hear it for yourself. First of all, this is what the Duke claimed that Allah is in the Egyptian text.
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text.
The guy claimed that Allah is an indigenous African god.
The god Allah is an indigenous African god.
Now, hold on. We have a new member as well, which is Mentu Son. Welcome to you, my brother. The Pharaohist has joined us, and I will read the other messages. Hold on. So that pseudo dude. Hold on. I want to remove that message. Hold on. There it is. That pseudo dude that Tamika is cheerleading for, like a groupie, pseudo groupie, also said, listen to it.
In ancient Egypt, Allah is in his full form.
In ancient Egypt, Allah is in his full form. What else did he say?
Heru would be the same thing as Allah.
Heru will be the same thing as Allah. Now, what did he say about Hebrews and African people?
Hebrews, saying come from and who they are specifically, because based upon my research, these are African people.
Based upon Sahimofek's research, Hebrews are African people. How hurtful it is that I have the documentation. We hear it from the horse's mouth. But this Mika / Tamika, cheerleader pseudo groupie, is congratulating that dude. Isn't this, brothers and sisters, the obvious manifestation of a cult? They congratulate the pseudos and they disrespect and attack and slander people who share facts. And I'm glad to be able to document it. What else did Garfield's master teacher, the leader of the Dagger Squad's master teacher, say?
In the Ogun book, I go into the linguistics to demonstrate, as we just talked about, how Ogun is Cain and how Abel is the pastoralist in this thing, but how Abel relates to the word Fulani.
Ogun is Cain. Ogun is Cain. Abel relates to the word Fulani. I mean, dang. What else did he say about the Fulani?
Your Fulani people, your Afar people, your Avriga people, these are your original quote-unquote Hebrews.
The Fulani people, the Afar people are your original Hebrews. What else did he say?
Now, it is my argument in terms of the Judaic tradition that these were disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests who had a different ideology, a different way of understanding something. They just didn't agree with the general consensus in Egypt and decided to create their own thing. That's why there's so many similarities between the two systems. And the more you understand about the language being used, you know that this comes from the same tradition.
Now, who are the Hebrews? Disgruntled what? Let's hear it again. I'm not going to play the full thing, just to the part where he says who the Hebrews were.
Now, it is my argument in terms of the Judaic tradition that these were disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests.
Disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests. In terms of the Judaic traditions, those people were disgruntled ancient Egyptian priests. I mean, it's a comedy gem right there. Now, what else did he say about the Hebrews, the Hebrew language, and the Yoruba language?
Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
The Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language. I mean, you have to hear it to believe it. If I would have said, he said that, they would say, oh, no, you pseudo, you lying, show and prove. And still to this day, Sahimofek is not coming to the public and say, well, I was wrong about that. Let's keep it moving. Now, this one here is very funny as well. It's 30 seconds. You have to hear it to believe it. What is the etymology of the English word fly?
Fly in English is the same word, except we don't have the prefix sound in there, in the word fly. And so the word, the phoneme R is now L in English, and the P sound is F. You know, in English, it's just simply the word. It's a very old word. It's all in Indo-European. It's in every African language.
All right, so you hear it, you heard it. Okay. Now he also claimed that the Hebrews existed, you know. And I mean, we can talk about theology or we can talk about history.
What I'm telling you is that the Hebrews existed in North Africa, in Egypt. They existed in Somalia. They exist in Senegal. They exist in Mauritania. They exist. They even exist Minoa in Minoa Crete. You can read G.J.
But where did they exist in all those different places? And what did he say about the Hebrews? He said that the Hebrews were black.
Dr. Yosef Ben Levy's article on the Hyksos, and he provides some very good information on who the Hyksos were. But as far as black is concerned, I wouldn't deem them black folks. But your Hebrew, original Hebrews, yes, because linguistics and the historical records say so. And you still have Hebrews. Fulanis are black as hell. The Afar are still black as hell. Your Abaroros are still black as hell.
Now, you have to hear this as well. When Osahimofek spoke to Dr. Obadele Kambon, PhD in linguistics, who is a professor at Accra's University in Ghana, what did he say?
Between a law in linguistics and a law, for example, physics, is that with a law.
Are you a physicist? Do you study physics, for example?
I do study physics and I study science. And so,
okay. Have you studied linguistics formally?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
The PhD asked him if he studied linguistics formally, and he replied, "Yes, I have." But we learned, just like Garfield done so many things, that Osahimofek also studied physics. Interesting. But what else did he say? One of the most pseudo stuff, and you have to hear it.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because that's my point.
It's spoken right now. And what I did is I used IPA because Yoruba has its own orthographic system.
It's a convention for sounds. These are all symbols. That's the whole point of writing. They're just symbols to represent sounds. We understand that. The issue is that it's not attested in terms of a living.
So this is what I'm hearing as a lack of understanding. What you just said, you said I didn't reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Yoruba. I wouldn't need to reconstruct Akan. He doesn't need to reconstruct Somali. He also doesn't need to reconstruct Hausa. But what he does need to reconstruct is the one that I'm saying that he did not reconstruct.
Here's the question.
Please, just hold on 1 second because.
I understand. Believe me, I understand what you're saying. I'm asking you this.
Then let me make this last point, please. Just let me make this last point. So you're saying that I didn't reconstruct a language that is attested right now. You don't reconstruct languages that are attested right now. You write them down.
This conversation, and that is a conversation because Osahimofek was talking with Dr. Obadele Campbell, PhD in linguistics, reminds me of what happened yesterday on Smash Rockwell's platform. Sometimes you have to learn to take an L. Osahimofek had the nerve to try to school a PhD. And he said one of the most pseudo stuff ever. And I will not play the whole thing, just the part when he talked about, well, I don't see any reconstruction of Yoruba in a can.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian.
I understand.
And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or Akan.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to you?
Because
he told a PhD in linguistics that he doesn't see any reconstruction of Yoruba in Akan in his work. The PhD raised his voice because for many of you don't know him. I mean, people in the conscious community usually know all the pseudos around and a few scholars as well. But somebody that's so skilled and so knowledgeable like Dr. Obadele Kambo, who is actually an African American who decided to relocate to Ghana, you know, usually he's kind of soft spoken, but that time he raised his voice like, "What are you talking about, homie?" Tu veux quoi? J'ai pas compris. So you had to hear it. See, Asai Mo Fake has managed to make people believe that he has a degree in linguistics, that he was actually in the field, but yet to this day doesn't have a single peer review work in linguistics. So some people had a reality check in 2022. They just realized that the same person that they consider the master teacher is actually pseudo. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You get some information, you process the information, and then you come to a conclusion. But that Tamika lady, groupie, cheerleader, pseudo, Mika slash Tamika, that's the one that she's clapping for, that she's clapping for, cheerleading for. That's the conscious community. No, that's the cult. And I want people to understand, I'm not making this video as a shade or a shot to Kayal because Kayal has been respectful with me. He showed me hospitality, you know. And when Sabi was out of line, he intervened. Now some people are gonna, well, anyway, you know, some people might say, "Oh, he defended Chaka, he saved Chaka," but you know, those are just talking points. But we are seeing a cult-like behavior coming from different individuals, including Tamika, the blonde hair lady. Some people might argue, well, here the hair is not blonde. I mean, call it what you want. But everybody's free to have their own styles. There's a documentary called Good Hair, made by Chris Rock, the actor slash comedian, and he explains that with the fake hair industry, the Asians get billions of dollars, or let's say black women spend billions of dollars every year. Billions of dollars every year. But some people who are conscious. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is to play a little some. Oh, you know what? You have to hear this. You have to hear this. Now, Sahim of Fake had the nerve to disrespect Dr. Obadele Campbell. Listen to it.
Cambone is not in conversation with the authors of the text. It's not like he is you know, trying to teach them how to improve. It's like, it's more so, it's like he's at the overall tone of the text is like he's at a barbershop and he's just shooting the ish with some friends and on how he don't like so and so and how this text is bullshit, basically. Right? It's he's not having a conversation with Professor Kwame Osei or Salim Faraji or Jahi Issa. It's not in the tone of a dialogue. And because of that, that's why he doesn't, you know, it just comes off as just complaining or like a woman venting about her day at the job.
So, Brother Onk, are you down with this cult-like behavior? Because, Brother Onk, you speak out against cults. And the funny thing, the irony, is that people have tried to label Jabari a cult leader, but we are seeing and documenting a cult-like behavior. Garfield's cult. Now, Asahim Ofek was talking about Dr. Obadele Campbell's critique of the book The Origin of the Word Amen, written by Dr. Jahi Issa, Dr. Salim Faraji, and Professor Osei. Or maybe it's not Dr. Salim Faraji. Maybe Salim Faraji doesn't have the doctorate degree. But we have Salim Faraji and Professor Osei. If it's Professor Osei, then I guess he has. But anyway, I mean, people can double check, But the authors are Dr. Jai Issa, PhD, Salim Faraji, and Professor Osei. One of the other two also have a PhD degree, if I'm not mistaken. All right. You know what? I want to double check so I can get that clear out of the way. Salim Faraji. Because if people earn their doctorate degree, then Dr. Salim Faraji, I don't mind calling them doctor. They've earned that, and I respect that. It's like Wesley Muhammad. I'm not his greatest fan. I've criticized him in the past, but I usually like to try to say Dr. Wesley Muhammad. This is an achievement that is respectable in my opinion. So that's why Osahim Ofek said those things. Now the critique is available online. All right, and I've documented that. Actually, Jahi Issa called my platform. It was a bit condescending, but it is what it is. Now, when he told Dr. Obadele Campbell, well, I don't see any work in the reconstruction of the Yoruba Khan. It was in defense of Jean-Claude Mboli. Jean-Claude Mboli wrote a book, which is in French, about African languages and probably their relationship with the Medu Neter. And Jean-Claude Mboli is not a linguist. A lot of people just don't know that. And we have another PhD in linguistics called Kaposhishi, Sandro Kaposhishi, who spoke on Mboli's stance. And because he criticized, I mean, that's a critique, that's scholars, that's what they do. Because he criticized and he did not agree with Mboli's stance / claims, guess what Asahim Ofek did? He talked about Dr. Sandro Kaposhishi talking about there was a phone conversation and Dr. Sandro Kaposhishi could not hold his own when he spoke with Jean-Claude Mboli. And Dr. Sandro Kaposhishi has thanked me for sharing the audio. Then he hollered at Smash Rockwell because Smash Rockwell got in contact with him and he shared some article with Smash Rockwell to share some conversation. And Smash said on his own channel, live on the air, like, so Dr. Sandro Kaposhishi was mad at me, like, look, you have some pseudos, taking shots at me. Smash told him, I'm paraphrasing at this point, but hey man, don't worry about these dudes, to make the long story short, So we have some people who don't have a toilet paper in the field of linguistics who have the nerve to disrespect people who have doctorate degree in linguistics. So isn't that a cult-like behavior? They are all in cahoots together. So I'm going to play a little some so I can, get something to drink and, have a little pause, and I'll be back with you shortly. I'm saying? Not everybody has to be comedic. It's a matter of choice,
Hey, I want to jump in right here.
Yeah, feel free, brother.
Okay, I want to jump in and just say something about you, Shaka, that I noticed, and I'm quite sure everybody else noticed it too. The way that they kind of bounce off of you. That's a good way to put it. Almost kind of shy away. Want to keep you quiet to a certain degree, especially after you told me about, well, not just me, all of us, of listening to you, how maybe they had you in the back, waiting for 40 minutes before you can make a comment, putting you off certain people's stages where they have their show, putting you off 2 and 3 times. I heard that said you know, that tells me something about an individual, and that'll make me take notice of them anyway and examine them to see what is it about them that they don't want to be bothered with. You know, there's some stuff went on last night on Smash Show, and it's the dude called Waza. I'm quite sure they know him better than me, but Waza, you know, he's kind of a comical fella, and but he got some smarts to him, but he don't know when to make his comment and then step back and wait, you know, and just listen some for a while. You know, he wants to get in there and I mean just rough and tough it out and don't want to listen to somebody else. And that I'm not saying you that way now, but I was just looking at Waza last night and they had to put him in the back or just put him off the show or whatever, because he just kept jumping in there too much, and you know, people would be trying to talk and he just interject and walk all on people and just, you know, get in the conversation and maybe even be talking about something else instead of what the subject was. But back to you, Shaka, you're similar to Waza to a certain degree, and I think we all have to have some aggressiveness to us. You know, we have to be aggressive when the time is right. Don't get me wrong. But it's time, at certain times, we have to be humble and we have to stand back and listen. And like I do, and I've always been that way. When you see somebody quiet, this is something I learned over the years. When you see them quiet, they're either just out the loop completely or they are a type of individual trying to see what's going on. And that's how I am. I do. And I can speak when the time is right, especially when I feel like it's necessary. And especially at my time and age now, I'm more the type to keep you in line or maybe keep you directed right. And I think that's the elder's job. Of course, you know, the elders should have more intelligent and just more knowledge on things than the youngsters coming up, because I used to have them tell me back in the day, man, where you going already? And I'm been there. You know, I used to think about that until I figured it out. And you know, and these elders, you know, they've been through stuff that you're getting ready to go through. And I don't know about all of the knowledge that you got, Shaka, but you ain't just talking the talk. You're talking something that makes sense if it's talking about a subject or an individual that might be, like you say, buck dancing or you know, backing up, trying to two-step or sidestep or however anybody that understands this want to see it. You'll bring it right out to light. And that's a good thing, especially when you teaching the people wrong and you're not bringing them the truth. All this, you know, dancing around in circles and stuff, you know, you can't get a hold and a grip on things when you got people.
All right, I'm back. So I want to go through the comments before I play the rest of some excerpts of the video. But let me see. So Babylon Dawn wrote, clearly it was a spiritual experience in a physical environment. It happens to me. Bennett wrote, yep, I heard it. Mentuson wrote, peace family. The Pharaohs welcome Mentuson. Babylon Dawn welcome the Pharaohs. Mega Rootball wrote, yes, many on the Dagger Squad tell that lie about Jabari. All that brother does is respect everyone, just as you do, Shaka. And thank you for that. But indeed, Jabari is so respectful. The hate that he gets is not warranted. And the reality is that a big part of the hate that Jabari gets is out of jealousy. Can we say that Jabari disrespects people? But anyway, Mentusan wrote Zulut. I never saw that wordplay before. And Babylon Dawn is also greeting man to son. Then Babylon Dawn wrote pseudo anthropological linguist. Maybe I've actually uploaded that one. Now, Mega Rootball wrote, "Sorry, I meant Shaka. No disrespect intended." Well, I don't know what was said earlier, but no offense taken. No offense taken. Oh, okay. That's because he wrote Shaka with 2 Ks, and it happens a lot. A lot of people kind of confuse our names. The Shaka with 2 Ks are Shaka Ahmos. I think his website is of the same name, all in one word, Shaka Ahmos. But my name is written with only 1 K. But no problem at all, you know. So obviously, Man to Son wrote wow, and that's probably when I played the excerpt from the pseudo linguist, wannabe linguist. V. Bennett laughing also put Lord once and put Lord twice. You know, a lot of people just don't know those stuff. You know, so I'm not surprised when people from the gate say, "Oh no, Shaka is no good. Don't listen to Shaka. Shaka is a hater." It's because they don't want people to be informed that their so-called master teacher is nothing but a pseudo. You know. Now, V. Bennett wrote, "It's okay to have a theory, but theories have to be debated thoroughly. They are not in themselves a fact." Babylon wrote, "Orthographic system, facts." The Pharaohs wrote, "Asar Hotep holds all knowledge. He seems to have all degrees and covered all the bases. Must be nice." uh, so Mentuson wrote, "Dang, the whole squad been sleeping." Now at least on called that Asahimo fake on his pseudo ways. Not to say BS, you know. He called that both Asahimo fake and Ujao. But I want to say for the record, Ujao and I had a nice conversation for about 3 hours on my platform, and I respect Ujao. I respect him for that. You know, he tried his best to defend Asahimo fake, but ultimately, at one point, he stated that he doesn't agree with the Asahimo fake. And I think that's why ever since we never heard them together. Ujao asked me for my address to send me their book. He didn't send it to me. I'm not mad. He probably changed his mind. It is what it is. Shout out to Ujao. I respect Ujao. I don't agree with his claims regarding the meaning of Kemet, but people need to understand who are the ringleaders of certain movements. Garfield is the ringleader of the cult called Dagger Squad. Sahimo Fake is the ringleader of the cult or pseudo team, pseudo group that we call Riparian Knights. Because for those who don't know, they claim that Kemet means riparian zone / riparian country. Maybe some people might say riparian land, and that the I6 glyph Kem doesn't mean black, which goes against the whole field of Egyptology. That's why Asahimo Fake said that Rikedi Amen was wrong. I have that on tape. He was talking to our brother Pan African James. Asahimo Fake said that Diop was wrong. He even said that Diop was irresponsible as a scholar. He even said that Diop guessed and even tried to read French. And somebody yesterday mentioned Asahimo Fake reading French on Smash Rockwell. So I've put the link to the video where I show how Asahimo Fake pretended to read French, but he messed up the meaning. You know, you can make a mistake here and there. I'm not going to fault somebody when it comes to a foreign language, but when you completely change the meaning, that's when it's wrong. Why would you pretend to be familiar with a language and be able to read it? You know, so the first time I played it, it disappeared. So obviously, some moderator, and I have an idea who it may be, have deleted it. So I re-uploaded it again. You know. Qu'est-ce qu'on dit? Merci, papa. Dis Hotep. Hotep. Yeah. So, yes, I digress. V. Bennett, Babylon Dawn wrote Asar It's not I saw I'm a fake. It's like this. I saw him all fake. And our brother Nechaneb, who is studying linguistics formally at the university, labeled him assume him or fake. Because it's a bit painful to use the word Asar, but that's the name he chose, you know what I'm saying? It's a nickname, you know, he really earned that nickname. Just like some people earn their degrees, he really, really earned that nickname. I mean, you know, I'm only being nice, you know. When I just use that, I'm only being nice, you know. If you compare with other people who label me idiots, like Garfield did, like Sabio did, I'm really being nice by saying I saw him or fake. So anyway, I'm almost done with the comments. V. Bennett wrote absolutely. Babylon Dunn wrote that is right, especially any black men and women doctors deserve to be addressed properly. Yes, yes, you know. And the Pharaohess wrote, there are a lot of people jealous of Jabari. Yes, it is true. It is true. Babylon Dunn wrote riparian pseudo. And Babylon Dunn, I'm very happy that you said you're going to take the Medu Nature classes, and I can't wait. And if you change your mind, I'm not mad at you, you know, because it's not an obligation. But I'm really looking forward to teach you the Medu Nature, and it's going to be very lovely. You know, it's going to be very lovely. And actually, for those who don't know, later on today, I'm going to have a discussion with the dancehall legend, Mr. Vegas. Mr. Vegas kind of agrees with the claim of Walter Williams, so we will talk about that. So I don't know if I will be able to change Mr. Vegas' mind, but if any way I could, but just the fact that he considers it, I'm honored that he's willing to speak with me about this. You know, maybe Walter Williams will never change his mind, but if Mr. Vegas can change his mind about the decipherment of the Meta Nature, or let's say about whether or not the Meta Nature has been deciphered, um, then that would be a great victory for Black people worldwide, you know. And I mean what I'm saying, because I'm saddened when I still hear people in 2023 saying that the Meta Nature has not been deciphered, which is something that no PhD claim. Are we supposed to be scientific, brothers and sisters? Who are the experts in science? They are the experts and the specialists. The scientists are the PhDs. I mean, the expert scientists, the specialist scientists are the PhDs, the people who hold a doctorate degree, which is the highest degree that you can earn in academia, even though there are some, post PhD degrees, for lack of better words. But this is a known fact. And none of them say that the Medunacha has not been deciphered. But yet, when it suits them, they talk about genetic, and they like to say, "Well, you deny genetics, you deny reality, you deny facts," but they don't tell you the time period and the places where they got those DNA samples from out of the mummies. And besides, we have the visual evidence, but and you heard, you know, first they say, "Oh, well, and then they have to admit ultimately, you know. So finally, Bobby London was laughing, and V. Bennett wrote law. So now I can play the rest. We have 35 people online. For those who don't know, the people who can type comments in the chat whenever there are live streams are the people who are members of this channel. And here you have the link to become a member. You see, now it shows short url.at slash irwc1. Once again, short url.at, that's at slash irwc1. Some of you might be like, well, that's fishy. Isn't it like some strange website? That is because I've used that website, short URL, which shortens the link because the link was too long and it would not fit in one message. So once you click on it, you will see it is YouTube. And I think actually, even on the channel itself, without clicking on that link, you have, well, let's see together. So, I can show you better than I can tell you. So on the channel itself, you have the button to become a member. So here, Yeah, you see here, join. So when you click here, then it will propose that you join the channel, and you can see it's $2.99 per month. I've been saying $3, but that's about the same. So it's $3 per month, which is $36 per year, and there's no obligation. You can cancel the membership at any time. And even on the videos, if I'm not mistaken, you do have the, yes, you see, on every video you have the join button. You see, so if for whatever reason you are worried about this link, then you can just click on join here. We have 37 people watching right now. All right. So now let me just and you know what, before I forget, I'm going to share a video of Meek Mill, who was in Ghana, and he spoke with the president of Ghana. So I'm sharing the link in the chat now. See, so you have the link in the chat. The title of this video is Meek Mill visits Ghana's president at the Jubilee House. And here, so you can see it. Now, I'm not putting the sound, but you can see Meek Mill here speaking. And then we're going to see the president of Ghana. See? And some people might say, "Oh, that's some Photoshop stuff." You know what I'm saying? That's some video montage, video editing. You know, we're not down with Africans like that. He's an African American. I mean, they might say some strange stuff, but you will see the president, and you will see the camera moving, and you will see Meek Mill. Hold on. What was it? Was it after? I think it was here. Yes. See? All right. So that's a beautiful thing. You know, let's connect worldwide without the pseudos. So I want to make sure that you can still hear me loud and clear. Yeah, the sound is nice. And we have 40 people watching right now. So let's go back. There it is.
Well, okay, I just would like to ask you, did Jabari say that he spoke to a mom?
Well, no, he didn't. In that particular clip, he did not say he spoke to a money.
And that's why I respect Kayal. He was fair. He did not betray his team. He did not betray his squad. He did not betray his brothers or his friends. He was just being fair. Why would we deny the facts?
He said he heard from a mummy, which is just as crazy, right?
Well, if you want, but then we got that one point out of the way. Savior said that Jabari spoke to a mummy, and Jabari didn't say that he spoke to a mummy, and that's why I was telling the good brother, and I think he wants to come back because in the private chat he typed wrong. Even if he doesn't want to use the word lie, if he has integrity, he could at least say that it was wrong. You know, now if there's some other audio, you know, people can share it. It's fine. You know, and that's important because, you know, brother Kaya, and I want to say actually before I forget to say that, you know, I appreciate you having a conversation with me, you know, because, you know, you're from the Dagger Squad, and, you know, it hasn't been the most cordial exchanges between me and the Dagger Squad. So, you know, I appreciate you, you know what I'm saying, talking to me, you know, in a cool manner. You know, I want to tell you that I mean that.
Man, look, this is your first time meeting me. I am Dagger Squad, bro. Like Garfield, like I've been Dagger Squad like 6 years, bro. And man. I guess now hold on one second. Let me go and got me did my saying right. I'm saying is it's the people who they don't know he ain't like you can't now.
Okay, so y'all just clearly heard in the video What did the mummy say to that man? I have heard you speaking of me, brother. Tell them I am here. So that means that man heard a mummy talk to him. Now, if any one of us heard voices, heard any voice, a mummy. Wait, and first off, the one question that no one here on has answered is, when did the mummy that died in 10,000 BC, 20,000 BC, when did mummies learn English? That's first off. None of y'all ever want to address that. The mummy spoke to the man in English. English. Tell them I am here. Tell them I am here. When did mummies learn English? And when are y'all going to admit that Jabari may be clinically insane?
So you see, the brother changed the conversation. First, he accused Jabari of speaking to a mummy. Now he doesn't want to admit that his accusation was wrong, and he's going on about the voice in the English. Jabari said, I believe the spirit of this great African queen was saying so and so. So, like I said, we have plenty of pastors, plenty of Christians and Muslims who say that God spoke to them and gave them messages. Nobody says that they are clinically insane. But we have a double standard. When it's Jabari, for strange reason, he's labeled insane.
A mummy speaking English? When did mummies learn English? Can you answer me that? The mummy said, tell them I am here. The mummy spoke English, bro. When did mummies learn English? Just answer that.
Okay. Well, I don't mind answering to you. Do you admit that you were wrong in accusing Jabari?
No, because he spoke to a mummy. The mummy told him, I am here. That means he had a conversation with a mummy. He distinctly said he thought it was Anika. He looked and she wasn't there, and he turned back around, and the mummy continued to talk to him.
All right. Well,
so that means he was having a one-on-one conversation with a mummy that spoke English. So can you tell me when the mummy learned English? What year? When? Who sat down and taught the mummy English?
Savio, with all due respect, you are not being 100 because you accused Jabari of speaking to
the mummy. And he just said it.
Okay, you want let me?
He just said it.
I wrote it in the chat, and I said it before the clip was played, but you still don't want to admit that Jabari never claimed that he spoke to a mummy. So what's the point in continuing? We would disagree.
The man had a conversation with a mummy.
Okay, that's what you're saying. He never said that he spoke to the mummy. He said that
the mummy told him, I am here.
Okay, fine. Well, I heard you. Now, what I would like to say, Kaya, there's a good brother, a Black Lion Supreme. I spoke to him. He's a Dagger Squad as well. I spoke to him on Smash Rock was a platform on YouTube, and we had a good convo as well. So I want to say shout out to that brother as well.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Was American Dream? Are you lying now? Are you brother lying now?
No, sir. I'm the American Dream, my friend.
Okay, I'm going to pretend I believe you because you sound exactly the same, but more power to you.
Well, you sound exactly like Pepe Le Pew, but I won't accuse you of being Pepe Le Pew.
It's not an accusation, but I don't know what name you said, but it's cool. It's all love.
I said Pepe Le Pew.
I don't understand, but it's fine.
You called him
you
Pepe
couldn't hear me?
Pew. So you called him a skunk
I
from
said
the
you
cartoon,
sound exactly
huh?
like Pepe Le Pew to me, but I won't call you Pepe Le Pew. I may call you Shaka Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew is a cartoon skunk.
Oh, I see. I see the cartoon.
You guys are so mean, man. I'm about to play these videos. Let's get back to these videos, man.
I mean, that's their level, Everybody have their level. Some people like to be juvenile, It's all love.
has requested us to replay this video with Jabari about the mummy, so we were gonna replay it. Let's go.
I'm showing some other folks some things, and I hear a woman's voice over my shoulder. I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum.
So hold on.
I turned back around. Hear this, Sonetta. I turned back around and I said, wait, there's Anika. She's talking to some student. I turned back in the area of where I hear a woman's voice, and guess who I saw?
Who?
I saw this coffin case for Ahotep. This coffin case for Ahotep. I saw.
Who?
I saw this coffin case for Ahotep.
Oh man.
I believe the spirit of this great African queen.
Oh man.
I believe.
Oh man. Oh man.
I believe this.
Oh man.
I believe the spirit of this great African. I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum.
So hold on.
Turn back around.
So hold on. So hold on.
Turn back around section of the museum.
So hold on.
Turn back around. Hear this, Sonetta. I turned back around and I said, wait, there's Anika. She's talking to some students. I turned a woman's voice over my shoulder. I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum.
So hold on. So hold on.
I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum. I actually thought it must have been Anika calling me again. And I turned around, and curiously, there was no one present in that section of the museum.
So hold on.
Turn back around. Hear this, Sonetta. I turned back around and I said, wait, there's Anika. She's talking to some students. I turned back in the area of where I hear a woman's voice, and guess who I saw?
Who?
I saw this coffin case for Ahotep. Case for Ahotep.
Oh man.
I believe the spirit of this great African queen was saying to me, you have spoken about me and my family.
Rewind selector.
Bumbleclot, man. What the fuck, bro? That's weird, bro. Like, y'all think that's weird?
I mean, it's as weird as the Christians who say that God speak to them, that Jesus speak to them. I'm sure we have some scholars, some PhDs who are Christians, and if you ask them, did God ever spoke to you? Did Jesus ever spoke to you? They would say yes. But nobody would tell the white man that he's pseudo. But when we have a black man who is in this,
I tell white people they pseudo too.
Okay, that's fair enough. But you won't admit that you made a false accusation, and it's fine. You don't have to. No, we're not going to force you. Everybody heard you.
Nope. He had a conversation with a mummy. He had a conversation with a mummy. He turned around and there was no one there. And the mummy continued to talk to him. And he heard what the mummy said.
Now, for the record, he will keep on repeating conversation. At one point, you will hear me telling him that he doesn't know the meaning of conversation, because here I'm sharing the meaning, the definition of the word conversation from Merriam-Webster, and I'm just going to show you so we can get that out of the way. Here, Webster's dictionary, conversation, noun, oral exchange of sentiments, observations, opinions, or ideas. It's an exchange. It's not one way. It's not one-sided. It's two people communicating. So let's go back. And for the record, you heard the excerpt being played over and over and over again. It wasn't me. I just played the live stream. They wanted to put an emphasis on that, as if it's such an extraordinary claim. But we have at least 1 billion people who believe that God spoke to others, and some believe and claim publicly that God spoke to them, that Jesus spoke to them. So 1 billion of people is cool. But when is someone that follows my ad, someone that has Kemet as a model somehow, some way, and he's called Jabari, all of a sudden the guy is, what did he say? Clinically insane or something like that? Now, you see, earlier I've put Metu's son comment. His original claim was Jabari was talking to mummies. I wanted to just ask him, tell us what Jabari said to the mummy. And remember, what I've showed initially. Hold on. What was the? Hold on. Okay, I need to see. I need to see the thumbnail to find the quote again. So it's tell a lie once. There it is. Lie. Yeah, there it is. So here, we have that quote here. Tell a lie once, and all your truths become questionable. The guy lied live on air, not only once, but so many times. Others will say, oh, I never heard him say that before. Fine. Then we even have that one that is interesting, actually. A lie told once remains a lie, but a lie told 1,000 times becomes the truth. And then we have this quote attributed to Thomas Jefferson. He who permits himself to tell a lie once finds it much easier to do it the second time. So let's stick to the one that I've used as a thumbnail. Okay, look for a larger one. I mean, you even have a mug. But here, tell a lie once, and all your truth becomes questionable. Live on the air, we had the demonstration of Dagger Squad member Sabio lying on Jabari like he has for a long time, and he won't even have the integrity to admit that he was wrong. Should we rely on what he says from now on? I'm not relying on what he says from now on. Sometimes people make claims and it happens that the claim is not correct. Sometimes people lie and they will ultimately admit, well, I lied. But others get busted and they still deny it. And yet they will have the nerves to call other people pseudos. This is about character. This is about integrity. Then Babylon wrote, he did not say a mummy, he said a coffin case for African Queen Nubian Hotep, and no one was present. And I like that you wrote that, Babylon Don, because there's so many things that I could have jumped on, but I didn't want to sound like I was defending Jabari. You understand what I'm saying? Because they was, oh, you're defending Jabari. But what Babylon Don has said is interesting. Go back and listen. They have made a shortcut by using the term mummy. You know, so brothers and sisters, like I said before, be careful what you say publicly. If you have to take time, even if it means that you stutter, it's fine. Because when you speak publicly, it stays, and people will call you out on it, challenge you on it. So you don't need to go too fast. Be careful with the words you use. And if you happen to say something that is not accurate, then it's best to just admit that you are not accurate. So then you can leave peacefully and not have to leave like some of the Dagger Squad who behave in a cultish manner, who will do a walk around the world, who go out of their ways instead of just admitting that they made a mistake, that they were wrong. Now, V. Bennett wrote, they basically changed Jabari's own word around. They basically changed Jabari's own words around. That's what they have done. They lied on Jabari. That's what they have done. Garfield, the leader of the Dagger Squad, RIP, you notice that he never corrected that. How convenient. Brother Reggie, has he corrected that? How convenient. Brother Onk, has he corrected that? How convenient. Yeah. What was the point of that law? He said he believes. Yes. He said, I believe the spirit of that African queen, but he never tried to say, and I going to prove it law. Babylon done, it was funny when Sanada and Jabari was on replay. But once again, it wasn't me who kept playing it. It was the host. They had to put an emphasis on that. That's the only thing that they have against Jabari. Because when it comes to scholarship, Jabari mopped the floor with Garfield. And we've seen that. We've seen that. I mean, look at this. That's their man right there. That's their man right there. Oh, while I'm at it, for those who haven't heard it.
So, but why is the Hebrew? NOI. I don't talk about the NOI, but I talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites because, all right, my mom is a history teacher.
Okay.
I love history. I have a bachelor's degree in history.
Okay.
So history is nothing new to me. That's what I do. Now, I'm not a scholar, but I'm the closest thing the conscious community might have as far as a scholar when it comes to history.
Yeah, whatever. Now, one of the example where Garfield was so agitated because he was having a discussion with Jabari. Look at the result.
Come on, bro. Why you can't be balanced for one day? Jesus. Oh, man.
And then he calls for help from Jesus.
Now, there was a comment that was hiding the view of Garfield. Garfield will be at the bottom here, the bottom left corner of the screen. Look at him.
Come on, bro. Why you can't be balanced for one day? Jesus. Oh, man.
And then he calls for help from Jesus. He's not a Christian. He's calling for help from Jesus.
Resurrected Christ.
Guys, I'm out. On that, it's over.
They didn't.
Can you imagine Garfield during the debate? And I told you, he cannot block people. He cannot mute people. He's been acting up on his own channel with people that agree with him. Everybody can do that. And he will surely, hopefully, learn and grow and become more thorough. But he's a neophyte. He's been dealing with Black history / religion for like a couple of years. Before that, he was into credit repairs. And everybody has the right to start at one point. But when somebody is a neophyte, he needs to chill. There's levels to this. You cannot be a neophyte and try to holler at people who've been doing this for so many years. This is the result. He backed down. I understand some people say he had an emergency, but yet, even with the emergency, he didn't say let's reschedule. But some people say he did. Now, so far, all we've seen is lies. We didn't see the degree. Apparently, it's a different name. Apparently, there are two different fields, but everybody's lying but him, So we're supposed to believe when he says that he had something going on and that he allegedly called Sanetta. So Sanetta and Jabari are both lying, but Garfield is telling the truth because he and his cult followers said so. You make your own mind, So Babylon done wrote, you tell one lie, it leads to another. That was a commercial when he was young. Mentusan wrote, then he dug himself a bigger hole when he started asking, when did the mummy learn English? Oh, he went all the way. He went all the way. So now that's their narrative now. Oh, they try to act like Jabari is pseudo. But they would not say that 1 billion Christians are pseudo. But I have a little something coming during that conversation. And you will see the reaction. I know you knew Shakandugu. That is why I wrote it. The fact that you said he was still wrong when he asked was. The fact that you said he was still wrong when he asked was fire. Now, and then Garfield, called for help from Jesus. And Babylon Dawn says facts meant to some. Okay, so let's continue.
So that means he was actively having a conversation with a mummy. Same way you said those people who call themselves Christians, stop it. Stop it. The same way you say those people who have those experiences who call themselves Christians, when they say they hear the voice of God and they talk to Jesus, they sit there and they say they have a conversation with Jesus. He had a conversation with a mummy. And you don't want to admit it because you're a Jabarist.
Hey, y'all, give me 1 second.
Doesn't know the meaning of
Give me 1
conversation.
second, Shaka. Like, then y'all can rock on out, right? So it's 51,000 people in the chat right now. And all those 51,000 only got 3 likes, man. Only got 3 likes and 3 new subscribers, man. Like, come on now. Y'all know damn well y'all can hit that subscribe button. It's free. It don't cost you $1. It don't cost you 50 cents. It's free to subscribe to my channel. It's very free. That's all you gotta do.
I never said he spoke. I said he heard.
Hold on, Savior.
And now, a second live from Sabio, live on air. First, he said he spoke to a mummy. And for those who don't know, because MCs act like they don't know, but I know, you see the brothers who are in the chat, the brothers who are in my comments, Imhotep 360 degrees, Babylon Dawn, V Bennett, so many others who are regulars on my channel, they are on those other platforms as well. They heard. Sabio's been saying that for weeks, if not for months. So first, and even before the video was played, because I know I heard that video. So I said before it was played, Sabio says that Jabari spoke to a mummy. And after it was played, I was like, okay, at least admit that you was wrong. He would not admit that it was wrong. And now what did he say? Oh, I didn't say he spoke. I said he heard. A second lie. You notice now, hey, sometimes people, they might have to go, refresh themselves, get some drink or something like that. But, a lot of times within the conscious community, where you don't see people's webcams is because they're on the phone, they're reading messages like Sadie said that. I'm used to that. It is what it is. I'm not making any accusation about anybody. I'm just saying. Right now, I'm the only one that you can see. And you can see I'm not on the phone. I'm not reading text messages, But sometimes, people need help. They need backup. I'm just saying.
I come here too, bro. But all I want to do is get a few likes right quick and a few subscribers, and then we can get right back to the program, man. Because hey, let's hit the subscribe button. If I don't hear no ding ding dings, then we ain't having no conversation, man. We can go right back to Smash Rockwell. Hey, you know what, Craig? I'm trying to find it. Like, you sent me 2 videos, and I keep playing the first one, man. So I'm gonna play the second one right now. Play the second video. Let's get it. Let me play this second video by Craig right quick. And thank you, Shaka, for being so patient with us, man, and our shenanigans, my friend. There you go, Craig. That's just him.
K-Yard, is it possible before you play the second clip?
Yeah, go ahead. Do fine, bro.
Yeah, is it possible that we deal with what Sabio just said? First of all, Sabio doesn't seem to know the meaning of conversation. When there's a conversation, it means there's 2 people communicating. And the second thing is that Sabio just said, I never said he spoke. But in the first place, he said he spoke to a mummy, and he's been typing for days in many different chats that he's been speaking to a mummy. I mean, it doesn't kill anybody to say I was wrong. It's not the end of the world.
No, I've constantly said that Jabari heard a mummy talk to him, and when did mummies learn English? That's all I've been saying.
I will leave it there. Sabio says that he never said that Jabari spoke to a mummy. I'll leave it there.
Yeah. I did just say he spoke to a mummy. He had a conversation with a mummy because the mummy did what? Told him, I am here. I have heard you speaking of me. So who was Jabari speaking?
Then he's trying to justify why he said he spoke to a mummy. I mean, like for those who missed it.
When did constantly said that Jabari heard a mummy talk to him, and when did mummies learn English? That's all I've been saying.
I will leave it there. Sabio says that he never said
that
So
Jabari spoke to a mummy. I leave it
yeah. I did just say he spoke to a mummy. He had a conversation. So
Jabari spoke to a mummy. I leave it
yeah. I did just say he spoke to a mummy. He had a conversation. So
Jabari spoke to a mummy. I leave it
yeah. I did just say he spoke to a mummy.
I just gave them a taste of their own medicine, but that's it. 3 times is enough.
He had a conversation with a mummy because the mummy did what? Told him, I am here. I have heard you speaking of me. So who was Jabari speaking of? The mummy that responded back to him, I hear you speaking about me. Tell them I am here. So that means he was having a conversation about that mummy. That mummy overheard the conversation and responded to Jabari. So he was having, so stop. If you're not following, pay attention. He was speaking about the mummy
You can repeat
that spoke to him, right?
I heard you.
Right. Hold on. So if he was speaking about the mummy that's told him, I hear you speaking about me. Tell them I am here. What is that actually doing? He was having a conversation and the mummy let him know that I hear you speaking about me.
Well, Sabio, if I speak to you and you don't speak to me, we're not having a conversation. It means that I'm speaking to you, just for the record. But it's okay, don't get angry. We're gonna pretend
no one's angry. The mummy and Jabari had a connection.
Okay. You see how you're using the terms? You're changing the terms as we go along. It's okay. We're gonna pretend that you never accused Jabari of saying that he spoke to a mummy. We're just gonna pretend just to make you happy.
I just said it. Jabari and the mummy had a connection.
Yeah, you're changing the narrative.
They had a communication.
It's fine.
No,
it's fine.
The narrative is what Jabari said. The narrative is what Jabari said.
I can tell you, we were in Puerto Rico once, and all these people surrounded us, asking us for money. We were very nervous, and a woman appeared and spoke to us. And I turned back, and she was gone. She was not a literal person. We sensed energy. Sometimes energy exists in a way, and I want to be clear, this is the reason why I bristle when you say real. I'm a spiritual practitioner. Possible situation. Anika can tell you, we were in Puerto Rico once, and all these people surrounded us, asking us for money. We were very nervous. And a woman appeared and spoke to us. And I turned back, and she was gone. She was not a literal person. We sensed energy. Sometimes energy exists in a way, and I want to be clear, this is the reason why I bristle when
Nobody speaks.
What's good, Kaya? We're going to talk about something productive?
Well, if somebody, wants to ask a question,
I had removed myself because I have the free version of StreamYard. I only can get 6 people on my stream at a time because y'all ain't sending me them cash apps.
Poof. Hold up. She poofed, and then she poofed. No one's going to address that though. She poofed and then she poofed.
It's all good. Now I'm just trying to respond to American.
And you see, when it's Garfield's degree, we don't care. But now, when it's about this issue, no one's addressing that. Now, you see the double standard, but it's fine.
Drink, I'm gonna drop right back off right quick. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so like I got the free version. If y'all want to have a conversation, boom, y'all good to go. Over here, I'm cooking a steak dinner tonight. If y'all want to indulge and cook your own steak, but y'all can have y'all fun and cuss each other out. And I'll be right back.
Well, all right, Kyle. I'm gonna holler at you later, Kyle. I'm out. Peace.
Nah, don't leave, bro. Don't leave.
Yeah.
Don't leave, bro. Goddamn, now you mean to tell me I gotta stay here and cuss you sons of bitches out so y'all can stay on my page, man?
Well, nah. Well, you know, I'll hang out then. I got about a half an hour. I can hang out with you.
Yeah, hang out, man. Like, man, come on, American Dream. You know, you my worst Negro, man. Like, I love you just like I love the niggas who kind of does.
Indeed, indeed.
Now, American Dream is going to ask me a question. But brothers and sisters, listeners, friends, enemies, haters, sympathizers, if you're part of a crew or a team or a group, and somebody that is part of that group, whether you know him well or her well or not well, if you know the person is on some BS, don't say anything. You might not want to publicly disagree with the person who is part of your group. So just don't say anything. You don't have to ride for falsehood because it can backfire at you. Now, notice Garfield is sitting, sipping on drinks, doing his thing, and all those people are cashing L's to defend his claim of having a bachelor's degree in history. And they are going along with the hate, the dislike for Jabari, making a fool of themselves publicly, lying every 2 minutes. You don't need to go through that.
You my dog, man. American Dream. You know what American Dream does? American Dream is the contrarian, right? You know what I'm saying? He's the person that he brings intellectual second thought to conversations, right? And like it's like having a black potential slickest, you know. And I mean, there's
Absolutely.
y'all control yourselves, man.
Indeed, absolutely. Shaka,
What's up?
can you help me understand why you think it's important for people to learn Medu? You know, given that it's a dead language that, you know, they can't go anywhere and speak. You know, what is the value? If you're not trying to revive, are you trying to revive the language by having people learn it, or is it just like giving them something that can just be kind of like a brain exercise, if you will? And I guess that has value in and of itself, because mathematics can be seen as brain exercise. So I'm just wondering, what do you think is the point of people learning the Medu?
Well, actually, Rikedi Amen, who's been teaching the Medu for more than 30 years, her endeavor was the revival of the Medu. So there are several speakers in many different countries. Now, the Hebrew language at one point was no longer spoken. It was considered more or less a dead language. It was kind of just a liturgical language, but they have revived it. So it's something that is possible. And furthermore, some people might disagree that it's a dead language because the Coptic is the latest phase or latest stage of the ancient Egyptian language. So in a sense, we could argue also that it is not a dead language. So if people value that civilization, then they have the right to learn that language, just like some people who...
But in fairness, you're not teaching Coptic, right? Coptic and Medu are taught differently. They're not the same.
They're not totally different. They're not exactly the same. Just like classical Arabic is not the same as modern Arabic, you know.
Like when you teach someone the Medu, you wouldn't expect them to go somewhere and have a conversation with someone who speaks Coptic.
Well, not necessarily, but you will understand, you know, there are some relationships. So once again, the classical Arabic, which is the Arabic of the Quran, that all Muslims value, is not the language that is spoken today. But nobody says that the Arabic, the classical Arabic, is dead. Nobody said that the Arabic language is dead. You know, I mean, if for example you don't value Kemet, you don't value the Medu, then more power to you. It's not an obligation. It's up to those who value this civilization If they want to learn it, then they can,
Okay, so you think the value in it is the same as the value that people who speak Arabic get out of classical Arabic?
Well, whether it's the same or not, it's subjective. It is subjective. Some people like food fetish. I don't like food fetish.
Wait, what?
Some people eat. Some people have food fetish. Some people pay for stuff like that. Some people eat feces. Some people drink urine. I'm not into that. I like that civilization. I value the language. I mean, you can laugh all you want. I mean, maybe I'm teaching you something. You're not aware that some people have food fetishes, but it's up to people. There's no obligation at all. Now, if somebody wants to learn any cuneiform language, a Sumerian language, or any other dead language, the Latin is considered a dead language. It is still used as a liturgical language, but we don't have a group of people who speak the Latin language, but people learn it, and nobody said that they are pseudo. So if people want to learn it, more power to them. If people want to learn other dead languages, like it is the case in academia, more power to them. We have scholars who have been dealing with that language and learning it and teaching it for 200 years when it comes to academia. But even before the field of digitality, people are still fascinated with that.
Let me ask you. I have a feeling about it, but I'm not sure.
A medical language.
Come again? Can you come
No,
again?
I think somebody wanted to say something. So
I just wanted to add that Latin is also a medical language.
Well, I would say Greek is a medical language, but we have some Latin terms. We probably have more Greek terms. But medical language, I don't know if that's really a term that we can use, but I see.
When I say that,
what's up, Elder?
Most of those.
And he came in, and I kind of slipped my mind. Yeah, but I wanted to ask you about. It'll come back to me. Give me a second.
Which is then you
don't have it in my list.
You sound the same, like American Dream. American Dream. Ask you where you live, brother. Thank you. In the blind, he didn't eat, no draw. We have.
Where do you live?
Okay, thank you.
Now here, and I've answered you, brother Mentuson. Is asking me if I post my email. My email is in the description of most of my videos, but I've still shared it in the chat. You have it there. Now, really, I prefer that people contact me on the email for the MeduNature class, because you can see, brothers and sisters, that I make myself available during the live streams. I'm not planning on sharing the link to get on the panel, because I've been live streaming for 3 hours already, and I have to prepare the discussion actually with Mr. Vegas. So it's going to be 3 p.m. EST, 3 p.m. New York time, and that's just today. But I regularly have callers, and besides the callers, as you can see, when people post in the chat, and I just go through the comments, and not everybody do that. It's actually time consuming. So it's not the end of the world if somebody sends me an email, but I would prefer that people, use the platform. So some of the questions that you may have, brothers and sisters, then others may have the same questions as well. So whenever I answer you, then others will get their answers as well. Understand, brothers and sisters. I work full time. I do the 9 to 5, so it takes a lot of my time. So that being said, now here, after all we heard about Jabari, listen to what I'm going to say for the record.
What I want to say, we have in the book of Acts in the Bible, Paul, the apostle Paul, who had a vision. He saw a light, then he became blind. He didn't eat, no drink for 3 days. And we have at least 1 billion people who believe that actually happened. And the vision he had, he heard a voice, and that was the voice of Jesus Christ. And Garfield believes that Jesus Christ existed. I don't hear anybody saying that Garfield is pseudo for that. That's just for the record.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh, I say he's wrong. I say Garfield wrong all the time on that. I'm one of the first one to argue against Garfield on the historicity of Jesus. Always have.
I got to mute all y'all niggas out, man. I got to defend my dude Garfield, right? Yeah, and y'all can hit the unmute button in a second, man. But that's not what Garfield teaches, bro. Garfield does not teach that. Garfield specifically says that there is no such thing as a historic, as a biblical Jesus. There is only a historic Jesus. And I agree with him because when you look at,
I don't.
That's fine because that means you dismiss information, Sabio. But there are multiple Jesus.
Nah, I go.
No, Sabio.
I'll let you finish.
Sabio, have you ever seen Jesus? And I say that because I don't know what you call multiple Jesuses, but I would say there would be Jesus.
You stupid. You stupid. You stupid. I understand what you said, but the reason I don't believe in a historical Jesus is because of the way that I studied the Bible. I studied the Bible from the Pauline epistles, and Paul never spoke of a historical Jesus. So if you know how the New Testament was constructed and Paul's letter was written first, you cannot get to a historical Jesus.
Gotcha. And so
that's just my stance.
And so for
my stance, I don't care about no one else.
Brother Sabio, my stance is that I don't necessarily look at the biblical narrative from a Paulinian perspective. I look at it from a holistic perspective, right? And so like we have to look at the fact that there was people called Ebionites. We got to look at the Marcionites. We got to look at all these different groups of people who formed themselves around a character. This character was named Yeshua or Jesus, quote unquote, Christ, right? You got to also look at the Roman records. You got to see that these people talked about killing a Jesus person. You gotta say,
I beg to disagree. There's no single document that mentions Jesus during his lifetime.
It does not say, hey, this brother right here is Jesus Christ, the one in the Bible, but it definitely says that we killed the Christ.
Well, not during his lifetime.
It's okay if I jump in after.
Otherwise, I will ask you to show it, please.
Now, I have no problem showing that. It's cool. This is a presentation. I've been waiting for this presentation for about 3 years.
I can't wait to see it. Because that it doesn't exist, so please show us.
When I have sources, bro, my sources be really, really sources, bro.
When you have sources, so you
I can't wait to see the 2,000 year old source there, Kai.
Okay.
Hey, Kyle, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Let Shaka go first, and after he finishes, then you can ask your question. American Dream.
I'll be very fast, brother. American Dream. If it's not the biblical Jesus, then it's not Jesus. Just like Raekwon said in the chat, I agree with that. But
guess what? Do you remember, Shaka, when I told you that you and you and Garfield have a lot more in common than you imagine?
Well, probably.
No. I'm not gonna allow you to do that. I'm asking you a question. Do you remember when I asked you and I said that you and Garfield agree on the majority of stuff? Garfield does not agree that there is a biblical Jesus. Garfield agrees that there was a historical character that the people in the book ascribe to this person. Now
Now here it's a little bit different than what he said earlier. Okay, so the timestamp right now is 2:04:17. I'm going to go back to hour 2. But before that, I want to show Men to Son that I have received the picture that he sent. There it is. Just for the record. Men to Son wrote that he do the logos and flyers for Sinetta. So Some of you are looking for somebody who can do flyers. Feel free to holler at our brother. It looks to me like a composite, similar to what people did with Jesus. If indeed they took on many different people and combined it into one, we have a mix of Carl Lewis. Now, you know, the young ones, they might not know about Carl Lewis. Today, people know about Usain Bolt. One person actually broke one of Usain Bolt's record. So it's a combination of Usain Bolt and Garfield the cat. I like to say Garfield the female cat. We even had the New York hat, which gives us a hint about where that track star might be located. So that's Garfield. That's the character. Somebody talked about Pepe Le Pew. But here we have Garfield the runner. So that being said, let's go back. And let's go back to our hour 2. Okay.
As a historic that there is, bro. Garfield does not teach that. Garfield specifically says that there is no such thing as a historic. I mean, as a biblical Jesus, there is only a historic Jesus, and I agree with him because when you look at,
I don't.
That's fine.
So he said that Garfield is saying that there's no such thing as a biblical Jesus, that there is only a historic Jesus. Now let's go back to hour 2, minute 4.
Asked you, and I said that you and Garfield agree on the majority of stuff. Garfield does not agree that there is a biblical Jesus. Garfield agrees that there was a historical character that the people in the book ascribe to this person.
So here is very important, and I want you to hear it again.
So, question: Do you on the majority of stuff? Garfield does not agree that there is a biblical Jesus. Garfield agrees that there was a historical character that the people in the book ascribe to this person.
So first, Kaya said that Garfield says that there's no such thing as a biblical Jesus, that there is only a historical Jesus. I think he used the term historic Jesus, but it means the same thing. So 4 minutes later, he says that Garfield agrees that there was a historical character that the people in the book ascribe to this person. What is the book? Isn't it safe to say, brothers and sisters, that the book in question is the Bible? But later on, we're going to hear something else. Stay tuned.
Now that's different, bro. Because like when we look at historical records, you see the records of a person that was killed. You see the record. Okay, so have you heard of the I guess that you say, you know what? All right. Now you know sometimes it's better to hold the shit because you want to debate.
There's not a single
it's better
document
to
that
hold the
mentions
shit
him.
back for a debate rather than let it out, right?
Well, you know, debates are cool, but it's not necessary because we can always have discussions. But you know, when I talk, well, you know, I don't want to be too long with it because American Dream wanted to talk, so I'm you know, if people have records, then please show us. But I know it doesn't exist, you know. Scholars say so.
Have you ever heard of Ebionites?
No.
That is my point, bro.
Is that your source? So can you show us the record, please?
No. I'm not gonna show you. I'm not gonna show you any of
It
that, bro.
sounds like you have something exclusive that the scholars
I
are not
do.
aware of. Because you know Bart Ehrman, right? And Bart Ehrman says that there's no single record.
So
during the lifetime of Jesus.
you, sir, have never. No, the Ebionites are a large group of people who have a ethnic history and a oral tradition that's prevalent. I'm asking you, have you ever heard of Ebionites? And you said no. And that shows me that you don't understand the followers of this character called Jesus Christ.
Now you notice it's very similar to what Walter Williams did with Sabio. I'm sorry, not with Sabio, with Gideon. Gideon is a Hebrew Israelite. Walter Williams asked Gideon if he's familiar with a scholar. Gideon said, well, he's a Egyptologist, if I'm not mistaken. Walter Williams asked Gideon, where did he teach at? Where is he teaching at? Gideon said he doesn't know. And Walter Williams told him, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Now, of course, Kaya did not tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But you heard what he said. When I was in San Neto Studios, that guy, Yara, asked me if I'm familiar with the slavery in Kemet. I told him, I'm not aware of that. Show me. And he said, well, just the fact that you don't know, it shows me that, blah, blah, blah. That's elementary. He kept going on like that. Yeah, all right. But you haven't shown Jack. So some people have these little talking points, these little tactics, but it's all good. I'm not taking no offense at that.
It's a talking point, brother. We're talking history, so we're talking records, and there is no single document that mentions Jesus during his lifetime.
And I'm asking you, have you ever heard of Ebionite tradition that's prevalent? I'm asking you, have you ever heard of Ebionites? And you said no. And that shows me that you don't understand the followers of his character called Jesus Christ.
That's a talking point, brother. We're talking history, so we're talking records, and there is no single document that mentions Jesus during his lifetime. The earliest records that they like to talk about are the ones of Flavius Josephus, who was born in 37. So that's
I got a whole presentation that can fuck you up. Look,
everybody says that, brother. Everybody always says about this, about that. But all you have to do is, there it is, brothers. This is the record that mentions Jesus during his lifetime. The experts of Christianity, they don't even know about this. So you can be famous tonight.
Hold on, Kyle.
And you can be famous tonight too, bro. You could be the nigga they got the body. Yo, what's up, Lionel, bro? How you doing?
I'm willing to take that L. So please show me. Brother.
Are you familiar?
Please show and prove.
Please show.
He said, I'll be famous by catching a body. I said, please show me. I said, I'm willing to take that L. I said, please.
I'm willing to take that L today.
Oh, you gonna look before you hang up this phone? You gonna get an L. I can guarantee you, Shaka. I'm gonna give you 1 or 2 L's before you hang up, bro.
Okay, please tell me how long it's gonna be, because it's actually 1 a.m.
Oh, bro. Okay.
What? So how long will you be?
I'm gonna expedite this L just for you, Shaka.
Yeah. How long would you be, just so I have an idea, if you don't mind?
I don't know. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna throw you this L right quick.
A few minutes? So like 10 minutes is enough?
Yeah, like 10, 15 minutes.
I wanted to make sure, because I know sometimes people love escape routes. People can say, well, I was about to show it, but so I wanted him to tell me his own term in terms of timing, and he said 10, 15 minutes. He said he guarantees that I'm going to catch 1 or 2 L's. You can imagine what happened in the end. None of that. People always say, I have this, I have that. You see, Mental Son wrote, the time clock was funny.
Then I'm gonna throw you.
Thank you. Like 10 ID, if you don't mind.
I don't know. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna throw you this L right quick.
A few minutes. So like 10 minutes is enough.
Yeah, like 10, 15 minutes. Then I'm gonna throw you this L.
Thank you. Brother.
Yo, what up, brother Lionel?
Yeah, brother American. I'm sorry, brother Lionel.
Okay, Kyle.
What up, Ken?
Okay, you got to be a little bit careful with using Josephus because when
I'm
when you
not using
do
none of my biblical references about Jesus Christ has Josephus in it. I'll say that.
well, okay, well, let me just give a little trivia on Josephus
You gotta
right
deal,
quick.
you gotta deal with tacticus. Man, come on, man. Come on. Like,
So
go ahead.
people don't know about this, but Josephus was hired and paid by the years ago. Theory is normally
So it's not the kind of trying to understand what he means. Prophet Muhammad, not Prophet Muhammad, Wheels. No Wheels, some Muhammad, him not. No, I'm just like with it's true.
That's a myth.
Rastafari,
That's
right?
falsehood, brother. That's not a myth. That's falsehood.
And the same thing with
That's not a myth. That's
Rastafari,
no.
Rastafari, and that there was a guys if there was shots called speaking but surround the around they that doesn't
I beg to differ. That
okay. I'm not following that logic.
well, I beg to differ that most cults are based on a historical person because I would ask you which historical person is the cult of Zeus based on?
Oh snap!
You guys never
Well,
spoke at the same time.
well, the cults of Zeus were centered around the pharaoh. So the pharaoh was the historical person that it was built around because you can look at that any of them, all of them,
Well, you know, you cannot say
any single one of them.
You cannot say any single one of them. It has to be one. You say it's based on a
The
historical
pharaohs
person.
considered themselves Zeus in the flesh. So the cults were built around those people. The pharaohs lived the life of Zeus.
I was just going by what you say. You said most cults are based on the historical person. Now you're talking about several persons, but I guess we'll never agree on that. We have the right to
Come on, Saka.
Yeah, come on, brother. Now, what is the evidence that you're basing your belief of the historical Jesus on? What is it based on? Which evidence? Which records?
Well, you know, I've seen the videos with, you know, like any with Bart Ehrman, for example, saying there was a historical Jesus. I do think that the experts claim that there is a historical Jesus, and I accept that because again, it just makes sense to me. Like I can find someone in history. Every point in history, there's at least 100 people claiming to be the Messiah. There are 100 of them today. There's 100 of them 10 years ago. Every year, there's a bunch of them. So I think it's more likely that there was somebody 2,000 years ago claiming to be the Messiah. It just makes natural sense to me.
Messiah doesn't mean Jesus. As a matter of fact, we have the Persian king Cyrus, if I'm not mistaken, and Bart Ehrman, you mentioned his name, Bart Ehrman talked about it. And in the Bible, he's referred to as God's Messiah.
I'm not sure the point you're making.
Well, my point is that you first said that you believe in history.
I think we're getting off cue because if I was you, be honest with you, man, I forgot your name.
Shaka?
Yeah, Shaka. I'm sorry. If I was you, Shaka, what I would do is right now is throw into his face Shimon Bar Kokhba. Have you ever heard of that guy before?
No.
Shimon Bar Kokhba was a Israelite that was named the Messiah after Jesus died. That kills the entire argument. You see what I'm saying? Like this guy was named, he was nominated as the Messiah.
By whom?
Yeah.
By whom? How does that nullify the fact that there was another guy that other people thought was the Messiah?
Wrote the Bible, bro. The people who wrote the Bible, because what he did was he fought against the Romans. He fulfilled every prophecy in Revelations. He did all of that. And I know. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you some other time when Shaka's not on here because he's taking his notes down, man.
No, I'm not making any notes. I just have the timer because you said 10, 15 minutes. So I'm thinking if you're gonna come up with this exclusive that.
So Kaya says that I'm taking notes and people could see that I was writing down. And now Kaya talked about someone who was nominated as a Messiah, and he was nominated by the people who wrote the Bible. You know, so it appears to be a bit difficult to show us records for that historical Jesus. American Dream mentioned Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman believes that there was a historical Jesus. A belief is not knowledge. Believing is not knowing. There's not I'm sorry, there's not a single document that mentions Jesus during his lifetime. So if it's not the Jesus of the Bible, hold on. If it's not the Jesus of the Bible, then it is just not Jesus. That, oh, there's a historical Jesus, to me, it sounds funny. You know? It's like me saying, no, 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 there was no Spider-Man, but there was a historical Peter Parker. To me, it's the same. You understand what I'm saying? But if people want to argue for a non-biblical Jesus, which will be a historical Jesus, please show us the records. If there's no records during his lifetime, then please show us the records that mention him, even if it's decades after. But the Josephus and the Tacitus, do we have the original? So how far does that go back? And it's like with Egyptology as well. People rely so much on what the Greeks said about ancient Egypt, even going back to ancient times, going back to dynastic period, because the Greeks, for those who don't know, that's the late period, what we call the late period, which is around 400 BC, moving forward. But yet we have the text of the ancient Egyptians themselves. So what are the records, brothers and sisters? Some people like to say, oh, there's consensus, the scholars agree to the consensus, we have so many first century authors who wrote about Jesus. We hear all that. Josephus born in the year 37. Jesus supposedly died at 33 years old, which means that Josephus was born after the death of Jesus. If it wasn't exactly when Jesus died, allegedly, then Josephus was a baby, so he couldn't have written about Jesus when he was a baby. So we have about 40 years when Josephus was a baby. How many years later did Josephus write? We're going to finish soon.
No scholars ever talked about, you
No,
know.
Go on your computer right now and Google this person. His name is Shimon, Shomon.
Oh no, I mean I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about what you said earlier regarding the.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish now. This is the person that started the Bakova revolt. This is the person that led the Jews against the Romans, and he fulfilled the chapters of Revelations in the Bible.
That's what the Rastas believe about Selassie as well, bro. The Rastas believe Selassie is the Messiah, that he is Jesus. And the fact that Jesus is real doesn't mean that there wasn't another person 2,000 years ago.
What I'm saying is Shimon Bar Kokhba actually lived in that land. He was a human being. He helped them do actual real revolutions. He killed.
So you're saying he's the real Jesus?
No, in the biblical narrative, yes. He is.
Hold on. So you're saying you do believe there was a real Jesus and that guy is him?
No. I'm saying that he is the person that the biblical narrative refers to as the Jesus. He was the
so that's the historical Jesus then. So that's the historical. Hold on, Lionel. So that's the historical Jesus.
Narrative refers to him. No. I'm saying that he is the person that the biblical narrative refers to as the Jesus. He was the
so that's the historical Jesus then. So that's the historical. Hold on, Lionel. So you're saying that's the historical Jesus, right, Kyle?
I would say that, yes.
Okay, thank you. So you're proving my point. Is that what if?
So I didn't really catch the name, but apparently the historical Jesus is Shimon Bar Kokhba. It sounds something like that, but if somebody knows that person's name, I'll try to look it up after. I couldn't find it, you know. But you notice though, he was supposed to show me something, some exclusive. I was supposed to catch bodies. I was supposed to catch L's, you know. But eventually he said, well, go online and type, but he has a computer. He can share the screen. I'm not sure if he was saying that to me or if he was saying that to American Dream. But there you have it. Oh, there it is. Babylon Dawn has written. So it's spelled out like this: SHAMON and then BARCOVA. Let me play the rest. Thank you for that, Brother Babylon Dawn, Brother Elder.
If you were soccer, that's how you would come at me by proving my point.
Your Jesus is a combination of 3 or 4 different Jesus characters that are made into one. And I'm saying that that's not realistic. I'm saying that if you have one Jesus that did all these
3 historical people, if it's 3 historical people, that makes them super historic. That makes him even more historic than everybody else. You're proving my point even more than I'm proving my point.
Wait, American Dream, you just said you believe in a historical Jesus. Now you want to debate Kyle on the historical Jesus. You sound like almost split-minded for a second, man. I'm confused.
Lionel, he came in. Lionel, you're confused. I don't know why you're confused. The man came in saying this is how he would come at me if he was Shaka, and he proved my point. You got to pay attention, Lionel. Lionel. You got to pay attention.
Sitting back laughing at us, man. Let Shaka prove his point, man, because he out here looking at
trying to go.
What proof is what? Wait, what's Shaka gonna prove again?
Shaka, what you gotta prove, bro?
Well,
Shaka
Brother Kaya, Brother Kaya, you're flipping the script on us. You're the one who said you will show us some records about the historicity of Jesus. Yeah, you said give me 10 minutes.
Because I believe that Jesus Christ, or whatever this guy's name is not a real character, but he's a eponymous ancestor. He's a character that was created to fit a dialogue.
Now, with all due respect, Brother Kuyal has contradicted himself several times. Now, earlier I played that he says, first of all, that Garfield said that there's no such thing as a biblical Jesus, that there is only a historic Jesus or historical Jesus. Then he said that Garfield agrees that there was a historical character that the people in the book ascribed to this person. Then he talked about him. That was what Garfield teaches or believes or states. Then he said that this Shimon Bar Kokhba, and I didn't find anything, so maybe the spelling is different. This Shimon Bar Kokhba was nominated as the Messiah by the people who wrote the Bible. And at one point you heard him say that when American Dream asked him, so is this the historical Jesus? And Kayal agreed. And now what is Kayal saying now? Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it again.
Character, but he is a Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you said give me 10 minutes.
Because I believe that Jesus Christ, or whatever this guy's name is not a real character, but he
said, I believe that Jesus Christ is not a real character. You cannot say that he was a historical person and then say that he was not a real character. But that's fine. You know, I'm not going to lose sleep over it, you know. And that happens all the time, brothers and sisters. If you're making a claim and you're not prepared, you're not ready to substantiate the claim immediately, then say so. Don't say, well, I will show it, I will prove it, and then only to say, well, you know, what are you supposed to prove? Because that's what he asked me. You know, but it's all love, you know what I'm saying? You know, this steel sharpens steel, you know, this is a learning experience, and, you know, people will know, you know, how to be a bit more sharp, you know.
He's a eponymous ancestor. He's a character that was created to fit a dialogue.
Well, maybe there was a misunderstanding. I just thought that you were showing some reference for the historicity.
Nah, you trying to be funny, man. I'm about to kick you off the fucking platform, man. I don't like the way you trying to do me, man.
All right, I'm gonna go because you're getting angry. You're getting angry at me.
No,
I'd rather leave in good terms because right now you're about to curse me.
You need to watch it. Even though he was smiling, I'm sure he meant that. But then he realized, no, that's not a good look. And you could see how nervous he was. You can tell by his body language. And I could tell very early on when we spoke, right when we started talking about the ancient Egyptians. So if you go back, look at his body language, the way he holds his hat.
About the historicity of Jesus. Yeah, you said give me 10 minutes.
Because I believe that Jesus Christ, or whatever this guy's name is not a real character, but he's a eponymous ancestor. He's a character that was created to fit a dialogue.
But so you can hear what he's saying because I'm talking.
A name is not because
about the historicity of Jesus. Yeah, you said give me 10 minutes.
Because I believe that Jesus Christ, or whatever this guy's name is not a real character, but he's a eponymous ancestor. He's a character that was created to fit a dialogue.
Well, maybe there was a misunderstanding. I just thought that you were showing some reference for the historicity.
Nah, you trying to be funny, man. I'm about to kick you off the fucking platform, man. I don't like the way you trying to do me, man.
All right, I'm gonna go because you're getting angry. You're getting angry at me. I'd rather leave in good terms because right now you're about to curse me out crazy.
You know this is jokes, man. I'm just saying that you switched. You see what's going on, man. I don't believe in no history.
He said he don't like the way I'm doing him. He's the one who said he will present something. Then you heard he started saying you switched, but he doesn't like to lie. It's obvious. So as he started saying you switched, then he moved on to something else because he knows he's the one who tried to flip the script.
You switched. You see what's going on, man.
You switched. You see what's going on, man. It's all good, man. But that's what happens when you follow those who are, this Garfield guy is sending everybody to be slaughtered. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Vegas, for those who missed it, he literally told Garfield, I'm begging ya, don't go to the debate. And he told Reggie, you should go. Some of you didn't hear that. I heard that. Mr. Vegas literally said to Garfield, I'm begging you. Don't go for that debate. Some people don't want to listen. They are stubborn. They think they can hold their own and they can't. And we see the result. Disaster. There's levels to this.
Man, I don't like the way you trying to do me, man.
All right, I'm gonna go because you're getting angry. You're getting angry at me. I'd rather leave in good terms because right now you're about to curse me out crazy.
You know this is jokes, man. I'm just saying that you switched. You see what's going on, man. I don't believe in no historical character named Jesus. Nobody in there.
So once again, for the record, he says, I don't believe in a historical character named Jesus. Now he might argue, okay, it was not Jesus. It was that, what's his name again? Shimon Bar Kokhba. But we've heard it, you know what I'm saying? We've heard it, and it's fine. People can change their stance. The conversation was cordial, and that's the most important because we will never agree on everything. But some people try to act like we are pseudos when we don't believe in the historicity of Jesus Christ, and I think it's very unfair. And we've seen what happened with Dr. Karl Bowman. How do we pronounce it again? Karl Bowman. I forgot, but he was on Cyanida Studios, the PhD, who happens to be a Christian, and when he was asked about records for the historicity of Jesus, he of course named Josephus and Tacitus. So we're talking about decades after the death of Jesus. And besides, he does not mention the first name Jesus. He mentions the title Christ, more exactly Christus, which obviously is the Latin form of Christos, the Greek Christos. And the Greek Christos is the translation of the Hebrew Messiah, which means anointed. So we have a title, we don't even have a name. We don't even have his given name. We don't even have his first name. But let's end with this.
Dagger Squad believe in that. And this is what I'm trying to get you. You see what's going on, man. I don't believe in no historical character named Jesus. Nobody in Dagger Squad believe in that. And this is.
I missed that. He said nobody in Dagger Squad believes in that. But what did he say earlier? And you can go back to his video that I have shared, hour 2, around second 50 or let's say 40. He said that Jesus doesn't say, Garfield doesn't believe that there was Garfield says that there's no such thing as a biblical Jesus, that there is a historic Jesus. And hour 2, minute 4, around second 15 or so, he said Garfield agrees that there was a historical character that the people in the book ascribe to this person. But now, what did he just say? For the record, let's hear it again for the benefit of the core.
You see what's going on. Nobody in Dagger Squad. I don't believe in no historical character named Jesus. Nobody in Dagger Squad believe in that. And this is what I'm trying to get you.
Garfield does. He's the leader of the squad, but
Huh?
Garfield does believe in a historical Jesus.
No, nobody does, bro.
Earlier you said he does. You said
no.
Listen
to what I'm saying, right? So like when you deal with the biblical narrative, you get a story about Jesus, right? But in real life, there's another story about a person that got killed, and this story got ascribed to him.
All right. Okay. Well,
because if you ask Garfield, hey Garfield, how many Jesuses are there? He'll say which one you're referring to, because he knows there's multiple Jesus. Even the word.
All right. Well, brothers, I appreciate, Kaya, thank you for the hospitality. I appreciate that. And you're welcome on my platform. Anybody else, even Sadio, American Dream, Brother Lionel came in many times.
Don't say that, bro. How you gonna say that? You got me blocked.
I have you blocked on my, well, you're not blocked if you get on the platform with the StreamYard link. If I blocked you, it must have been for a good reason. I don't really block people for unjustifiably, but I usually share the link so people can get on the panel. So you are more than welcome. I mean, Brother Lionel has been there, but Brother Bobby London was there yesterday, So once again, Brother Kaya, I appreciate the hospitality. And I mean, who knows, maybe later on, Garfield and I will be cordial, but I appreciate the bill, brothers, and also Sabio, you're welcome also on my panel, So brothers, thank you very much. It's 1 a.m. I'm gonna get a bit of rest. All right. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, damn it. I was trying to tell that brother goodbye. It was beautiful. If you still listen,
Sabio still here?
Coming to the platform, bro. We appreciate the European, the British love, the accent, shit like that. Well, hey, we over here rocking out, man. Motel 360. Bring your ass to the goddamn page, man. Come on, let's go. You out here, you get your Twitter fingers working and shit. You've been working all night, man. This nigga has been goddamn. God damn, man. Get your ass to the motherfucking chat. Yeah.
Now you see, I'm glad because it happened right after I left. And when I talked about Twitter finger regarding Tamika, oh, hold on, I'm not gonna let you talk to her like that, blah, blah, blah. And he did just the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And he used profanity as well. I didn't use profanity towards Mika or Tamika, but I understand, I understand the angle, so it's all good. So once again, in conclusion, thank you, Brother Kaya. You've been cordial, you've been fair. I appreciated the build, and I will give this advice to everybody on the planet Earth. Try to let people make their own arguments. You are free to repeat their argument, to state, to quote, to cite their arguments, but be careful in saying it as if it is your argument, as if you are agreeing with this argument, because when you're asked about it, you might not be equipped to uh, present slash defend that stance, you know? So it's all good to say, well, such and such says this, you know? But sometimes people, they like to repeat what they've heard somebody said, and if they appreciate that person, because they appreciate that person for whatever reason, they consider that person to be reliable. Your best bet, brothers and sisters, is very simple. Quote what some will call authorities, but you know, we have some people say, oh, that's appealing to authority. Oh, that's referring to authority. Just because an expert says so doesn't make it true. All right, you know what happened to the riparian knights? They have disappeared from the scene, and it's been about 2 months, maybe 3 months. Let me just have a quick look right now. Actually, let me have a quick look to see how long the riparian knights. Hold it together. Let's see. Let's see what happened to the riparian knights. You know, where are they now? So that's their channel. Videos. Last video, 3 months ago. 3 months ago. 3 months ago. That's live stream 1 month ago. And before that one, when was the last one? 2 months ago. So avoid yourself the embarrassment. Feel free to quote PhDs. Feel free to quote the people who earn a doctorate degree. I will say you can't go wrong. Everybody make mistake, it's fine, but you're quoting some scholars who have credentials, who are qualified. People will not make fun of you, and you will not have to contradict yourself every so often, every so minutes. And this should be basics, but unfortunately, the repairing has came up with this talking point. Well, just because something is in a dictionary, it doesn't mean that. Just because a scholar, just because a PhD said something, and you've seen the result. So I'm sure none of you want to disappear for 3 months. You understand what I'm saying? So it's that simple. Feel comfortable in quoting PhDs. Now, besides the PhDs, if you are aware of what we call primary sources, primary documents, and we find many in some places that are called museums. Some are in universities, some will be in some sort of centers, or not to say temples, but most of them we could say, you know, if they are not on a site, on an archaeological site, we find them in museums. So if you quote the description of a primary, if you show a primary, and if you happen to know the language, whatever, if it's whether it's a living or dead language, and you can read it, then you can go wrong. And with Kemet, we have so many primaries, and we can read directly from the primaries. Some of you read Greek, then you can read also the Greek ancient documents, you know. Some of you know the cuneiform language, then there's plenty of artifacts with cuneiform writing, and they are quite ancient as well. A fair bit of them are like, you know, 1500 BC, 2000 BC, you know, they have many, you know. So whoever doesn't like Kemet for whatever reason, there's plenty from Sumer, Akkad, the Levant, the Near East, Mesopotamia, all these areas. You see? So I'm going to finish with the reading the comments, and then I will call it a day because it's been 4 hours. So V. Bennett wrote, does the terminology historical Jesus mean you think Jesus was a real person? Well, whoever uses that term, I will presume it means that they think he was a real person, because if someone is historical, then it means that he was real, you know. But this is a new talking point coming from the Christian apologists, you know. And you know, when I forgot if it was American Dream or if it was Brother Lionel, and they might not be the same because at one point, they were kind of talking at the same time, so they might not be the same person, you know. Um, because somebody was wondering, and I thought they kind of speak the same, they kind of sound the same. I mean, maybe they are related, I don't know. But anyway, um, the person mentioned Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman indeed argues for the historicity of Jesus, but I said, that's his paper. He's protecting his paper. So that's my stance. Because with all the books that he has written, explaining how little evidence, I mean, little records we have, and knowing that he also stated that Paul's writings are earlier than the Gospels. I mean, there we go. When you heard about Jesus Messiah, you have the documentary, you can watch it. You have the book as well. But as we will get familiar with the records and with the languages, we will get a lot of clarity. A lot of scholars have touched on those questions, but when they happen to be of European descent, nobody calls them pseudo. But when black people do the same thing, all of a sudden it becomes pseudos and Afrocentric and so on, and but it's so unfair. But it's going to come to an end. Not long ago, people were dissing the followers of Kemet like crazy. And, just a few days ago, we've seen, and now it looks like another team, another crew is on the decline as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we'll see what happens, Now, Babylon Dawn wrote Sabio and Kaya say Pauline or Paulinian Roman, yet so-called Saul never met nor knew any Jesus. Paul met Jesus only in the spirit. But Sabio stated that he doesn't believe in a historical Jesus. Not trying to defend him, but he stated that. We have to be fair. V. Bennett wrote Garfield, the track star, and he added, historical Jesus is not what this man just said. The statement is incorrect. This incorrect, period. He doesn't even know academically what they term means. Not sure exactly what he meant. Now, Babylon Dawn wrote Kael and Sebio, hypocrites, laugh at Jabari. Baisse le volume, Merout, c'est trop fort là. Baisse le volume tout de suite, Merout. En plus, tu me regardes comme ça là, ça veut dire quoi comme ça là? Sorry about this. So, Kael and Sabio, hypocrites, laugh at Jabari. They are laughing at Jabari's case, not the mummy, the case, the coffin case. Yet, believe about Paul, Christ. They are only fooling themselves. But once again, Sabio might believe in Christ, might believe in the spirit, a myth, allegory, but he stated clearly, Sabio stated clearly that he doesn't believe in a historical Jesus. He doesn't believe in the historicity of Jesus, and he's not the only one. V. Bennett wrote, to my knowledge, the term historical Jesus implies no belief at all. It's minus belief. It's simply a study of records which has little to do with proving Jesus exists. The funny thing is that a lot of people, when people say they don't believe in the historicity of Jesus, or in other words, if they don't believe that Jesus existed, then they say, well, prove he didn't exist then. And we don't prove, like Chris MVP Harris said, we don't prove a negative. How do you prove that something didn't happen? You prove that something happened. Otherwise, I might as well say, well, prove that you didn't steal that car in that year. Prove that you didn't rape that person. Prove that you didn't kill that person. Then, and the burden of proof is on the claimant. People claim that a person exists. So what are the records? What are the evidence? And are they applying the same method for this person and other characters? Hence why some people make the analogy. I'm not the first one, and I'm not the only one who made the analogy with Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Some people might as well argue, well, there was no historical Spider-Man, but there was a historical Peter Parker. There was a historical Peter Parker. And some people, the talking points. Sometimes there's some nice talking points, and they say, well, we don't have any records for Jesus during his lifetime. It only comes decades after if not more, but the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. All right. Then I might accuse you of committing a crime. And I say, well, I don't have any evidence that you committed that crime, but the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So you might as well committed that crime. I just don't have the proof for it. In the court of law, would it hold? People will say, well, history is not the law. It's not the same. Man Toussaint wrote the time clock was funny. He forgot all about that time clock. I don't think he forgot about it. You know, I don't think I think he was hoping that I would forget about it. American Dream sounds exactly like Fear Valentine. Wow. Babylon wrote Kaya made up that Yiddish name for a false Christ, Shimon Bar Kova. Kaya mean Shihamon is Jesus. So it might be Shihamon. Let me try. Let's see. Shihamon. Where is it? No, not Shihamon. Sihamon. Sihamon. And if I try Bar Kova, oh, there it is. Okay, so no, that's the French wiki. Let's put the English wiki. So that's how it is spelled. And I'll share the link. That's how it is spelled. And I will share the Wikipedia link. I wasn't aware with that. I wasn't aware of that character. So here's the Wikipedia link. There it is. And what does it say? Simon Barco. You know what? If they have Britannica, it's better because Britannica the layout is better. As it did, well, it says Barkova. Okay, well, okay, I'm gonna go with Britannica because I don't have to scroll left and right on Britannica. It all holds in the middle of the screen. Did I share the link in the chat? Oh, there it is. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna share the Britannica link. There it is. So you have it in the chat there. Encyclopedia Britannica. And brothers and sisters, feel comfortable with quoting Britannica. Feel comfortable. Bar Kokhba, Jewish leader. Bar Kokhba, Aramaic, son of the star. Kokhba, also spelled, dang, there's so many spelling. Kokhba, also spelled, also called Bar Koziba, original name Simeon Bar Kozba. Kozba, also spelled Kozeba or Koziba, died 135 CE. Bethar, Palestine, now Batir, West Bank, Jewish leader who led a bitter but unsuccessful revolt between 132 and 135 CE against Roman dominion in Judea. So if people took on the model or the story or the narrative or whatever that is regarding that person, that was 132 CE. Now, some people, some scholars and believers of the Christian narrative might want to push back the lifetime of Jesus a little bit, but I don't think they will push it 130 years. It's going to be a little bit problematic. Yes. Particularly if we consider the lifetime of Pontius Pilate. It's going to be a bit problematic. It's going to be a bit difficult for Pontius Pilate to order the execution of somebody way after he died. It's a bit difficult for a Roman prefect to order the death of someone decades after his own death. It's kind of impossible. But some people say all things are possible. There's even a song about this. So, brothers and sisters, thank you. Oh, I did not even finish with the but there's only a few comments left. So, Simon Bar Jesus, Simon son of Jesus. So the son Simon is the father Jesus. They believe fictional characters become historical characters. Oh, and you know that's interesting because they want to make fun of Jabari for having beliefs in some things that he even said when he talked about a woman for the second video excerpt, for the second clip, that he was not a literal person. He said he was not a literal person, but they want to make fun of him. But those guys believe in fictional characters, and they use those fictional characters to argue for the historicity of an actual character, but they're not making fun of themselves, are they? V. Bennett wrote Manipulator. Mentuson wrote Peace Fam. Babylon Don wrote Jesus eponymous ancestor. Babylon Don wrote Kaya says Jesus fictional, then eponymous ancestor, then Jesus historical. Babylon Don wrote Sabio said he believes Paul's account, yet Paul, aka Saul, spoke to a dead ancestral blinding spirit on the road to Damascus. I mean, you are in rare form, brother Babylon Don. Oh, Babylon Don wrote Kaya. I don't know what that means. MUSS. I don't know what that means. Making up stupid stuff. That's what Babylon said. But that's what Babylon done said. So, brothers and sisters, thank you for being there. I will conclude now. It's been 4 hours and 26 minutes. Stay safe. Stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a Necheru Hotel?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge. No question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neter class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.